Last we left off, you descended down to the very depths of the Pyramid of Siphoning, used by an ancient necromantic queen of the country you're in currently, to power something, where you decided to long rest, right next to the big Elden Ring fog gate that denotes the boss fight. You were discovered, and escaped pretty promptly after a failed attempt to seduce said queen. Afterwards, you rested and waited for some sort of response from her. Nothing happened for the majority of the rest, though the landscape around did seem to change. The sky began to darken and seemed to form faces that seemed to cry or eject various monsters from various realms and various planes of existence from the sky, seemingly even reach some part of the capital of Ciso, at least the effects of it. At this point, you noticed that the Constant Finder began to travel along underground. You followed it for a bit, Zia and Salazazo in tow, eventually culminating in the Skin Weaver herself appearing along with her two adult zombie dragons to have a final confrontation in the desert. Mosses dropped from the sky. You did battle and were successful in this, officially slaying Nefract the Skin Weaver after having her completed the ritual for to gain power. Her body melted away and revealed the Constant to be a chunk of black glassy stone, which Riley picked up and seemed to unlock a slew of powers relating to this traveling island. Notably, the ability to summon it to where you are. Afterwards, you decided to venture back towards the Pyramid of Siphoning to try to reverse whatever Nefract did. Silzazo deciphering it along with Chris's aid, eventually having not fully stopped it, but at least stopped it from worsening. And Silzazo believes that over time, the effects will subside, whether that takes hours, days, weeks. At the very least, it won't get worse. Then a strange request from the little thing sucked on Chris's head. It seems to desire to do something after having observed the fates of the other two arms of the invaders. At least overheard it. The receivers up north, the people aboard the traveling island, the amalgam above Chris's head wishes to do something in that vein, having it be placed within the focusing pedestal of the Pyramid of Siphoning began to grow rapidly. Eyes forming, mouths forming, little tendrils reach and grope. There it rests and grows. What will come of it? Who knows? But at the bottom of the Pyramid of Siphoning, with the ever-growing flesh beneath it, that is where we pick up. So, it is currently, not like you could tell outside currently, roughly 10 o'clock in the morning. So what would you like to do?
The amalgam is still like it aged itself up, right?
Yeah, it went from like the size of a starfish to like the size of like a fairly large rug fairly quickly.
Alright. Would it be alright to take the constant back?
You have the constant.
Oh, already do, huh? Okay. Yeah, in that case, I think we were going to test and see something regarding the constant, like if one takes their eyes off of it while it's being held, or maybe we didn't want to do that. I forget.
It's up to you.
Do we know how to use the constant?
Yes. I believe Riley would have shared this knowledge with everyone. Not that it really matters, because it like automatically gets put in your brain thing. Well, we could do something funny and summon the island right now, but perhaps we'd want to rest a bit first.
I agree with that.
Alright then. We'll have to take turns. We need eyes on the constant. Never know if it'll start phasing out again.
Yeah.
What?
Where are you resting?
I want to rest in the mouth of this thing.
Oh my god.
You may.
What's the temperature down here compared to the temperature upside?
It's a little chillier up here. It's not like, a freezer, but it's notably colder. Generally, you're not sure whether that's a result of the pyramid itself, like the magic of it, or just physics and being underground or away from the sun.
I think Riley will stay down here then.
Okay. As you said the sentence, we need eyes on it, you see the amalgam of Boro. Sort of encompassing the pedestal begins to just grow a bunch of eye stalks and are constantly looking at it. Some of them blinking, but never at the same time.
Oh, that's convenient. Good work. Alright, Riley will just lean up against this wall and meditate then.
Okay. Right. Zero, where are you posting up?
Well, first, I think before I even rest, I probably am gonna cast Find Familiar again so I can get Azk back.
Okay.
And just for extra assurance, I'm gonna have Azk watch the constant too.
Okay.
As for where I'm gonna be on my magic carpet off the ground, probably like, how high are the ceilings here?
Decently high, like 30-ish feet.
I'll be up like 15 feet.
Okay.
Could I cast a Faithful Hound? Just over here.
Sure. Feels like anything tries to sneak in.
Yeah. I think it has a 30-foot range.
Yeah, I think it stays in where it is, but then no one can see it. And if it sees anything, it'll bark. And if anyone goes try to go past it, it'll bite.
Yeah.
It's like a really loud landmine. Yeah, but it's a good sentry if you all want to sleep. Okay. Yeah, it's still Zazo. Having slept not that long ago, so I'm going to do some spelunking over here. Let you guys rest. And then that's the last you've ever heard from him. Zia is not here currently.
Yeah, she's probably up.
Yeah. But as you all bed down, get some rest. Trying to ignore the squelchy noises that's like emitting from the central pedestal. The dull thrum of the pyramid begins to regain its rhythm, I suppose. The green glow having returned and functioning normally, feeding amalgam now. For the next 8 hours, nothing happens. We all take a long rest.
Yeah. I forget. Tempest Retort. Is that long rest or is that day?
Good question.
It is long rest. Oh, short rest too, actually.
Yep. Yeah. Doesn't have many charges because you can get back at a short rest.
Bardic Inspiration. Is that long rest or day?
It's a long rest.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, but anything that's like by day is usually like an item or something, like dusk or dawn or something like that. Okay. You all awake in your various states of achiness or stupor, tiredness, whatever you'd like. But the constant is where you last left it, near the pedestal with ever-increasing number of eye tendrils staring at it.
Riley will walk up and say, "Alright, you can relax now," and he'll take it back.
Yeah, you see some of the eyes are like bloodshot and dry. As you say, you can relax. They all blink at the same time and retract into the central mass of flesh.
Riley is going to wink blink while he has this in his hand.
Okay. Yeah, there's...
Are we ready to head back up? Hey, where's Salazazo? Probably, Zero, could you use the message thing?
Sure. I'll cast message and just be like, "Hey, where you at?"
Did Oh, I was just gonna. If anything was missing from our stuff.
From your stuff?
Yeah.
You go through everything. No, nothing seems to be missing. Yeah, Zero, as you cast message. Hold on, that'll be right there. Yeah, Salzazo just opens this door.
Yeah.
He just walks through. He looks fine. He's not mangled by all the traps. I trust you have a restful sleep.
Yeah.
Am I able to detect if that's actually Salazazo or Salazazo in disguise? Or someone disguised as Salazazo?
How are you doing that? Are you gonna do insight or are you gonna do something?
Yeah.
Make an insight check.
Paranoid today.
Yeah, make an insight check. Seems like Salzazo. You only known the guy really for a couple days. But from his mannerisms, seems like him.
Okay, I nod at him.
So long as Amalgam here is fine to be left to its own devices, I think we can go upstairs and summon the island.
Yes, I believe it would be the next best choice before anything else goes wrong. Though at some point I do wish to return back to Osiso to see if what the situation is over there.
I'm sure they've got it under control.
As do I, yes, I believe so, but to assess damages and whatever I suppose arcane ripples this ritual has left.
Fair enough. With
That's
that,
true. I'm
Riley will
curious-
oh no,
I'm
go on.
curious if we know, like, if us going to the island or bringing the island to us right now is going to trigger anything.
Only one way to find out.
For my theory is that this is, from what you've told me at the island, it is not a typical teleportation effect. It is less teleportation, more appearing. If the constant was able to come to us at fine and well, they didn't trigger any of the countermeasures.
Like a conjuration.
I suppose so. The Yoyun conjurations magic does trip some of the countermeasures. Not summoning, but the teleportation aspect of it.
Perhaps it would be prudent to notify an authority before we do anything.
Perhaps. Look,
Riley's gonna use message to cast to that same guy he sent to a previous.
Okay, Rilo.
Rilo, that's the one. He'll say, We dealt with Nefract. Rested up. Summoning an island now. If it trips countermeasures, please figure out how to cease them. Send a message.
Yeah. You get back a response in kind of like a tired, haggard voice. Fine. Do not tell me what to do again.
Alright. Up we go.
Okay. As you descend to the tippy top of the pyramid.
Say as we descend to the top.
Yeah, you descend to the top.
Backwards there.
Yeah. Look, I've had a rough night last night at work. Where the fuck's Elizazo? There he is.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Phew.
Jesus.
Double. Phew.
Yeah, as you get up to the top, climbing the walls and assisting anyone that can't, Elizazo, you have all means of travel. Yeah, you get to the broken corner, the sand flooding in. And you see, yeah, Zia just almost in the exact same spot when you last seen her. Just staring at things again. Though she's not, like, just staring. She's also kind of, like, not playing with the sand, I guess, but just, I guess, sensing her environment is the most descriptive thing I can do to describe what she's doing. She's just all of her senses, looking at things. She's taking large inhalations, running her hands through the sand, just grabbing bits and just feeling.
Here. Oh, I guess I'll cast tongues. I'll be like, sorry to interrupt. You want to see something cool?
Yeah, she just kind of gets up and just stands there waiting for something.
I'll look to everyone. Are we ready?
Do we want to do it here or in another location?
I think here's fine.
Can I see if there's anyone or anything watching us at the moment?
Make a perception check. Looking around, the sky's still a little dark. The faces have stopped forming. There's nothing dropping from the sky, but this cloud still linger. But looking around, you don't see anything or notice anything that could be of danger or an immediate threat.
Okay. Can I cast non-detection on the constant?
Sure, can you target objects with that?
Yep.
Okay, and what does non-detection do?
Hide a target you touch from divination magic.
Ah. Yeah, but it's not larger than 10 feet in any dimension. Sure. Yeah, you can do that. As the magic does take, weirdly. You try to cast magic on some pillars before, some anchors before, and it didn't seem to take very much. This one seems to just be just fine. As the magic takes hold, nothing can scry on it. Basically a anti-scrying amulet for objects.
Well, I hope that didn't fuck with its ability to summon anything. I suppose let's find out. Riley will attempt to call the island to this location.
Okay. Alright. As you call the island, You're not sure what you're expecting. All you knew is that this artifact you have in your hand can summon the island. It is intrinsically linked to the island. Though you call it here, and the immediate location of it you can feel has shifted. Whereas the continent had a projected area where it would show up in that area. It wouldn't really deviate from it, but the area didn't move with it, like a fish being dragged along a current. The island itself, the area is everywhere. At least everywhere in, at least the continent, possibly the planet. You summon it and you can feel the location is here. You didn't hear anything, you didn't see anything. But as you're looking around, make a perception check.
Ha!
18's still pretty good. Yeah, looking
At
around.
this point, just use my passive.
What is your passive?
About 27.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, why even have you roll? Yeah, keeping an eye out, an ear out. You see the barest tippy top of like a purple object above a sand dune and probably like 100 feet away.
Okay, I know that didn't look impressive, but we just summoned an island here. Let's go. Do you see that thing up there? Let's go there.
Oh, how far away is it?
I'm like 100 feet.
Oh, okay.
No, a short jog. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, as you're jogging along, Riley, you're able to spot just the tippy top of something that wasn't there before. And as you're getting closer to the dune is beginning to obscure the vision of that tippy top. Though, as the vision fades from it, you can feel the constant sort of thrum or vibrate, and it's just like holding like a very powerful like controller with a rumble on. It's just constantly shaking and moving. But you no longer have visual on the island.
Alright, I'll get to the top of the dune and see what happens.
The moment you crest the dune, it's not a huge dune, you have visual on an island as the thrum stops. Seemingly the constant was locking it down as you're approaching it.
Oh, neat.
Okay. You see a dirt island with flowing grass. Not floating or anything, just merged with the sand, as if it was always there to begin with. You see there's several pieces of land on it, some of them mishmashed. You see a pond at one far end of it. You see a bunch of huts, some of them well built, some of them made of some kind of patchwork material. Everything here is patchwork. You see palm trees on one side, seemingly with a slightly different coloration of sand. You see dark wooded brambles, thorned, huge, like man-sized pieces of gnarled wood with like thorns and spikes emitting from them, like the size of your arm. You see rocky outcroppings on one side. Just this piecemeal, just patch of land of various biomes. A couple dirt paths converge, 3 of them, into a central circle at the very center of the island, where a long and wide black-purple pillar stands, probably about 30-40 feet in the air. And on the island, all of you, for the first time, except Riley, seeing it for the first time, people. Not a lot, but a few. Humanoid. They look closer to humans or half-elves, but they almost reflect in the light. Their skin ranging from pale green, pale purple, pale blue. Their hair spiky, glassen, and you see dim glows in their eyes. Some of them are just wandering about. Some of them, I can actually bring you all here now. Yeah. Some of them seem to be working near the brambles. Some of them are nearby the rocks on the far side. Some are just sitting by a pond. You see a couple take notice as you approach, cresting the sand dune. All 5 of you.
Riley will wave out. They should recognize him.
As you wave, none of them wave back. A couple of them are backing away. And some of them scramble back into the huts. Some descend down some staircases near the pillar. What'd you like to do?
Riley still has tongues up, right?
You do?
Yeah, okay. Riley will approach faster. I'll have everyone follow me slower.
As we approach, do I see anything inside the pillar?
Inside? Make a perception check from this distance. You're not like too far away from it, but yeah. Looking at the pillar, it looks a little different. The other pillars were just kind of this clean, black, like slightly purple-hued glass, like looking into like a solid piece of, solid piece of glass, but which is completely opaque, like it's looking to a void. There's almost something moving inside this. You see the glass, but as you're looking at it, it's like a shifting energy within. It's dimly glowing, but purple and black kind of just intermingling, like ink swirling. As you're all approaching, eventually one figure does emerge from the stair set that you recognize, Riley.
Can never remember the title of this person.
Scion of Saris.
Scion. I don't know why the fuck is it so hard for me to remember the word Scion. Anyway, yeah.
No idea.
Hey, bud, stop that. I'm busy. Greetings once more.
And greetings to you as well.
You have to forgive the intrusion. It's difficult to send advanced warning when, islands phasing in and out of existence.
One of your messages came through. But yes, that is the nature of this island.
Riley will hold his hand out. Well, I did what you told me to, and this is where we're at now.
Okay. As she approaches, she's not really walking, as you all see. She's kind of just hovering like a few inches above the ground. You can see some of the dirt and rocks like being like vibrated and lifted a little bit, a couple inches off the ground as she moves along with it. As you all see, a woman, pale blue skin, eyes that are, as she approaches, glassy, reflective, and Riley, in the light of what sun there is, you see she glows quite prominently, even compared to the other people here. Her eyes especially, like they're flashlights into themselves. This almost like net of glass shards form her hair, spiky. Purple blue glass sort of flows from the top of her head. And she's wearing a cloak of feathers of just various random bird species, some snow owl, some hawk, some sparrow, just stitched together. Rather, you hand over the constant to her.
Oh, I at least hold it out.
Yeah, as you hold it out, she sort of holds out her hands. You can see her fingernails are very long. As she holds them out, you can see that her nails are also look like they're made of glass, the same as her hair. She holds them out as the constant just floats out of your hand. You can feel this warm buzzing energy around your hands as it lifts from your grasp and floats towards her. Again, she doesn't make contact with it. She just holds it, hovering in the air. Indeed, you have found the missing piece. For this, I thank you. You have traveled, well, perhaps not far, but ventured and worked for this small victory. Please, come rest a bit.
Just got done resting, but can't argue with a little bit more. I'll gesture everybody on the island as well then.
Are there any countermeasures that we see from our set that are targeting in on us or anything?
Looking for like an ICBM trail training on your mission, on your position. Looking around, no. The sky is a little brighter. Like it went from like a dark black to like a gray. They're just normal clouds now, but looking around, no. It seems fine as far as you can tell.
Okay.
What's Yuri doing in all this?
I think I'm just probably following Riley's lead because I've never dealt with him before and I don't know. I'm just nervous.
Put your tokens on the map. No line of sight or anything needed here. So. No grid even. Put Sally Zaza, who's a little bigger for some reason. And Eternal Zia. Who's there? Yeah, as you all climb aboard the island, it just feels like grass. The grass healthy, long, just like growing long tufts. Some clovers sort of grow between some of the huts. Yeah, as you approach the island and approach the pillar, it's smooth. It is black glass, but all of you now, as you approach, you can see that we're shifting dark purple energy within it. The ground itself around the pillar, you can see, is corrupted. It looks almost identical to the corruption you're used to, though it looks not as sickly, I suppose. You can see where other corruptions you've seen were totally tainted, whatever it touched. This one almost like intermingled with the earth. Some healthy patches of brown dirt peek through. It's almost spread like I suppose the mycelium of a mushroom, in a way. Okay.
Oh, going to assume that central pillar here is mostly benign.
Yes, the pillar is the reason why the island moves as it does. Oh, but forgive my manners, as she looks to the rest of you now having climbed onto the island, Jesus. Sort of hovers towards the rest of you. I am Scion Asaris. I suppose the leader in many ways of the island.
And Riley will turn to everybody and say, "You guys can understand her, right?"
Yeah.
Can we understand her?
Yeah, She seems to be speaking common. At least to your ear, she is.
I think I ask, how long have you been here?
That is a question that has many answers. Me personally, or we as a people.
How about you as a people?
She sort of looks towards the pillar and sort of just presses her palm against it, sort of glides it across as she sort of glides over here, looks out towards the distance, towards the rest of the people who have gathered for a bit, but as we begin talking to you, have just begun to filter out, doing their own thing, just kind of keeping an eye as you are new people that have probably since the last time Riley ventured on here, the first time this has happened. You can hear whispers of like a language you don't understand.
Riley understands it though.
True. It's mostly just talk of like, who are they? Why is the Scion talking with them? How are they allowed on the island? What's going on? Like general confusion and excitement.
Okay.
But to answer your question, Chris, as she runs her hands along the pillar, looks out towards the rest of the people. But as long as this pillar, the anchor, has existed, when our mother gave birth to us, it is
So I said,
difficult to tell.
oh no, yeah, go on.
How long in years it is. But since, if you know this answer, the creation of this pillar.
So I suppose then the next question is, are the people here the original form of we don't really have a better name than invader. Perhaps you would be able to give us one.
As far as my memory, well, she again looks towards the giant anchor up front of you, just embedded in the earth. As far as her memory goes, the original term for the disease that you are likely more familiar with is corruption. We are not an original. I don't think. I think we are I suppose a mutation. Or something about the disease changed. I've seen it happen in many other life forms that we've traveled. A seemingly parasitic life form consuming another, but over time, over random mutation, over selection, they form a symbiosis. I think that is what happened with us. I do not know what the catalyst of this mutation was, but we remain.
So you would consider yourself different from the others that have tried to corrupt?
I would like to think so, yes. There is a pull from the moon that still attempts to draw us in. An instinct, I think you would call it. But we have changed enough to resist it, to ignore it.
I think what I've learned recently is that apparently there's a lot of innocent lives within that moon. But being contained by other malicious forces.
Perhaps. I would not know the answer to this question. I have not been to the moon. But perhaps that can change now. As she's sort of still floating the constant around. It's kind of just orbiting her, in a way. From my understanding, the moon, the invader, is a life form itself. It is alive, in a sense. Perhaps what you speak of is the beings it consumed in a previous gorging. Much like how it had tried to consume this one.
So essentially, there's nothing we can do. Well, nothing outwardly immediately obvious that we can do to help whatever's stuck in there.
For that, we would need more information, more knowledge. We are.
I think.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
No, I did not mean to interrupt.
I was just thinking because you aren't the only group of people who have, I guess, considered themselves originating from the invaders, but also becoming your own type of society. We've also encountered constructs that are now essentially their own kind of people. And just recently, just now, something from the, I guess, biospawn essentially had sentience and now feel different than those of the invaders.
You can see the woman, the scion, sort of gives a warm smile at this news you're giving her. It gladdens me, then, to know that we are not the only arms of the original invader to find a new path. Suppose it is in some ways inevitable over time when the hand that held your leash so tight suddenly lets go. I've seen some of these. The other arms in their basest, original form. They are wild, more animal than anything. They were tools, used by a greater intelligence. Without something to guide them, they are less than the sum of their parts. But you help them find new ways to fill in that vacancy, to lead lives of their own, like we have here. It's a valuable thing, I think.
It proves that peaceful coexistence is an option. Though, try telling them that.
I think it would be useful, or at least sometime in the near future, to at least maybe collaborate between those other entities, like what was I saying? Yeah, just like just since you have like a common background, common origin, it'd be nice to kind of collaborate and figure out what to do next. Because I'm sure that they're figuring things out themselves as well.
Yes, that is the key word. Is they are figuring it out. I believe there may be a time where they will have to take up arms and take a side, though I think you have helped them. Or let them decide for themselves. Again, that is a valuable thing. I do not think that our involvement should go further than the defense of all life. I fear, pun intended, that our advice and collaboration may corrupt their path. They must find their own identity.
I suppose that brings us to present. Didn't really think this far ahead, because it seems kind of amazing that we even got here to begin with. You know, building something that tracks something that seems to be everywhere but nowhere at the same time, and then use that to find an island with the same properties. And yet, it's done. We're here. Now what?
Now we restore the pillar. The nature of the constant has always eluded us. We cannot control the travel of this island any more than you can control the wind. Much the same, the constant followed its own path. And ours never coincided. The constant is a piece of the core anchor that shattered and broke off since our founding, when the detonation by Novos occurred. It left the equation incomplete. With it, maybe we can prevent what is coming, or at the very least delay it. I do not know. It may help, it may worsen things. From there, I do not think there is any escape from what is coming. But not without your intervention. Most of us are not fighters or soldiers. Some of us have some deal of power, but not enough to combat what is brewing above.
So, you use the constant to fix the pillar, the anchor, as it were. Does this strange vanish in and out of reality stop with the island? Or is it something that can become controlled at that point?
Again looks towards the pillar. If her theories are correct, then the movements of this island will no longer become random. We should be able to guide it in a direction, or at the very least predict its trajectory. Not only on this planet, but elsewhere.
That is a great comfort.
The issue becomes then, it was the incompleteness of the pillar that protected us, in a way. We know agents of the Invader are looking for the island, and they could not predict where we were because we could not predict where you were. But when the equation is solved, they will be able to decipher it eventually.
Well, we've little time until the eclipse, so either way...
Yeah. I suppose a choice then. Are you aware of the importance of what this anchor represents?
I remember my first visit here. We spoke of Novos and how her sacrifice was a great benefit.
Yes. I do not know if she even knows what happened or why it happened, but with the detonation that occurred at the core anchor, it separated the connection from the invader to this, well, realm entirely, from existence. It exists somewhere, but not here. The reason that it hasn't come back is because, well, its body is always observed. But when it is not observed, then it has the capability to return. You know this, correct?
Yes, we're talking about how the moon is, looks up to the sky, ever present. Always somebody looking at it.
Correct. And there are a few astronomical phenomena that will cause the moon to be, I suppose, not visible. In those instances, the invader should be able to return, but it does not. Do you know why this is?
No idea.
She sort of looks at the core anchor and sort of just, again, slides a hand across it. Because of this, from my and her understanding, the core anchor was quite a vital part of the moon. It was a last-ditch effort to attempt to conquer the planet. With its disappearance, with its shattering, with its annexation, it seems the core anchor is large enough and important enough to the invader that looking upon it is equivalent to looking at the moon itself. Thus our mission.
So, Novos is inside the core anchor, correct?
Some figment of her, yes.
And this is enough to count as being looked at.
It is enough for her to to hold it back. And by herself it is not enough. We also have to observe it. There are, as we speak, a few dozen of us beneath the earth, always looking, always observing.
So, how does the eclipse change this then?
The anchor is weakening with each passing eclipse. This is not the first, and hopefully not the last eclipse that will pass. With the lack of eyes on the moon, the strength of the original core anchor, its main purpose, increases. And from within, the agents of the invader attempt to destroy the core anchor. And they are nearing completion. I do not know if it will survive another cycle.
And so that is why the gods are so panicked. This is our last chance. Presumably.
Perhaps. I do not know much of your gods. But normally I would have turned you away when you first found our island. But given the circumstances, I do not know if without you there would be much future left. Without this island, without the anchor, if it is destroyed, then the next eclipse, there is nothing to keep the invader from returning. My hope is the completion of the equation can help in some way. Whether that will grant the island more power, the ability to traverse further away from the agents, or perhaps it would invite the agents even more, allowing them to traverse through it even without the benefit of an eclipse. I do not know, but having the constant with us is, at the very least, an option.
It is worth noting that a mage from this realm figured out how to teleport using fragments of anchors. So he never came back from that.
The spell teleportation, yes. Locks onto a single focus to use as a pinpoint to traverse long distances. Well, I am unsurprised. It is like jumping into an ocean blindly. If you wished to traverse to the moon, yes, you could perhaps use one of the anchors as a focus. It is linked to the moon after all. But much like jumping into the ocean, the best way to traverse water is to sail. I believe this mage did not do so.
So you would need some sort of vessel to get there.
Yes. And fortunately, again, hold the constant. Perhaps you have found one.
Oh?
Again, if the equation is solved, perhaps, assuming the theories are correct, perhaps this island can traverse more than just its planets. Perhaps it can traverse back to its origin.
And if the equation is solved, like you said, you would be able to control when that happens.
Yes. It will be an option for you to stop what is coming. Perhaps you can go there before the eclipse, see what is the cause of all this suffering and horror, and stop it there. Or perhaps the constant will and be the end of us all.
Okay. So just to recap that, the eclipse weakens the core anchor. Is that correct? Or
Yeah.
this anchor?
The core anchor is the thing you're looking at right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And there's people watching his core anchor right now.
Correct.
Underneath. And so the eclipse weakens it, and then when it weakens, does that allows them to pass through it or something? Like the invaders, or
so the original use of the core anchor was to basically transport large amounts of corrupted at the same time, or at least invaders, like a lot of them. That was the original purpose. It disappeared after a while ago. Resort Novus detonated. And seemingly these people on the island have mutated, and have since the beginning of that, been looking at the core anchor to prevent the moon from coming back, because the core anchor is large enough, at least, and important enough, of the moon to count as looking at the moon. So, yeah, there's been several solar eclipses over the past millennia. With each passing solar eclipse, the core anchor, because less people are looking at the moon because they can't see it, the core anchor becomes more volatile, seemingly, from what she's saying. and apparently is in the midst, is almost destroyed.
Oh, the core anchor is almost destroyed?
Yes.
That usually happens with so what happens with when it's weakened, like during the eclipses and that sort of thing? Do corrupted just come out and do people on the island have to like fight them or something?
I would like to ask her.
Yeah.
It is less that, more. There's a few weaker ones that do sneak through. But it is more the... It is like watching something on the other side of a mirror attempt to fight back, pounding on the other side.
Oh, I see. And each time this happens, they're causing more damage to it.
Correct.
So it's basically too late to reinforce.
Even if we could, I do not even know how. The creations of the pillar are meant to be a one-time use weapon. To be protected and to not be damaged at all. They are meant to be very sturdy. But, I suppose a millennia of damage can take its toll.
So is Missouri Novos visible inside of it?
Would you like to see her?
Yeah, I think I would be interested, yeah.
Very well. Follow me. I just caution you not to disturb the Nova inside.
Yeah, for sure.
She begins to descend the steps below. Roll following.
May as well.
Okay. Yep, you're all following. Selzazo has no idea what the fuck's going on. Zia
Can he
so.
understand at least?
Seemingly, he seems to be picking up on it.
Okay.
He sort of, as they're all walking down, he sort of just goes up. The Draconic is very fluent.
Oh, I think perhaps she is speaking tongues like I am.
Oh.
The tribes people, I can understand them. They're very interested in our existence because they don't get visitors very frequently, if ever.
I know this feeling very well. It is the reason that I let you in.
Oh, reminds me, actually. Riley will spend his last diamond dust. Oh no, I got 3. Never mind. He'll throw some diamond dust in Zia's face and cast Greater Restoration.
Yeah. Without warning, spitting out some of the dust. But yeah, more patches of skin being to grow back. It'll still take a couple more, but she's looking a little better.
Can she speak yet? Is her tongue doing better?
Yeah, actually begins to feel around the root of her tongue. It's growing back. It's not fully formed yet, though.
Huh.
It's still kind of like it went from like a clean. It went from like a flat cut to now it's like a rounded nubbin. Ever seen like a turtle tongue?
Nope.
They're not fun to look at. They're kind of like I guess like a pseudopod in your mouth.
Well, yeah, that's not very fun, but we're getting somewhere.
You're getting somewhere. It is working. As you descend, it goes down quite a bit, 20 feet or so. Just stone stair steps down. The stairs themselves seem to be made of this smooth gray stone with like engravings in it. Weirdly well put together and uniform, considering how mishmash the rest of this village is. You get down to the bottom of the stair set. There's a left turn with another hallway down. You see there's a purple light filtering out from slats or like an alcove in the wall. As you're passing that, you see two of these people, kind of in piecemeal robes, seemingly, as you're looking at them, you can recognize one of them to be one of Len, like the 10 Len, like one of the priestess robes, and the other one seems to be just like, it looks like a bathrobe, like this like brown, like woolly bathrobe. Everything here is still piecemeal, but the hallways all clean, completely uniform and everything. And as you're passing this alcove with the two people, they're just sat on their just on little pillows. Their eyes aren't glowing. They're opaque. Like really dull crystal, or like a foggy glass almost. Every villager you've seen upstairs had clear, glowing eyes, but these ones just glassed over. You continue down the hallway, turn down, left turn, another alcove. Keep going, turn down another alcove. Two people on pillows staring at the like a dugout channel to the pillar. It's a very small window, just view a small section of the pillar below. And they're just sat there looking at it. You continue spiraling down the staircase. Again, alcove, two people staring. Continue for quite a while and eventually hit the bottom. What goes from a smooth stone engraved with a bunch of decorative like scrawlings to just cave. Rough hewn. Some of the mined out stones seem to be just still in piles in the corners, where you see a large circle of these people, again, in all just random robes they seem to have found from elsewhere in the world, in a circle, sitting on flat rock, staring at the bottom of the pillar, where it's still embedded fully in the ground. Chris, you had a brief vision of this location. Not a huge stone chamber, but it's enough of an exposed piece of the pillar around it. And in the pillar, half exposed, the lower body is melded with the pillar itself. The shoulders exposed and kept, the wrists are up in a almost crucifixion pose, melded with the pillar itself. The upper body of a human woman, long hair that is just glowing light blue, almost glassy too. Her body seems to have fused with the pillar. It shouldn't look flesh anymore. Her body looks glass. Eyes closed, as she is just hanging, half eaten by the core anchor.
Is her eyes open?
No.
I think he literally said eyes closed.
Yep.
Oh. Kind of T-posed?
Yeah, like T-posed. Her wrists are melded with the pillar, so she's kind of hanging there a little bit. Yeah, as Sinosauros descends down, sort of ushers you all in. Again, please do not disturb the viewers. But this is what remains of Rizoli Novas. Her body, at least, in some element of consciousness. The rest of her mind has gone elsewhere. And I believe she bestowed her soul to us.
Simon, I've seen what she looks like before, haven't I?
A version of her.
Visions
Yeah.
with visions of with Elena.
Yes, you've seen some version of her.
Yeah, I believe Riley would have also seen, because he's gone back through Airlock's memories a bit.
That's true, yeah. And all of you have seen Resortos in some form or another, and she looks exactly how the memories look. Zero, what you saw was kind of like a younger, like teenager version of the woman who's embedded in a pillar in front of you right now. Her normally like dark scarlet long hair is turned like light blue, just subtly glowing. There's like a almost ephemeral wind down here. There's no wind at all, but her hair is like the slightest shift of the air causes it to flow like the lightest of feathers.
Maybe I won't. No, that's probably not a good idea.
Were you gonna detect thoughts?
I was going to, yeah.
I thought about it too. I didn't. I don't want to ruin anything. Wait. Okay. What if we try to and we just don't go deeper?
No, I feel like any sort of magical disturbance would maybe set something off. You said she gave you her soul. How? Well, I mean, I've seen it happen myself, but where are you keeping it, I suppose?
When does anyone keep a soul inside of us? I do not believe she cared much for souls or the knowledge of them. But this is a personal theory. Is a fan of theories. I believe that when she detonated, she assumed that would be the end of her life. But I think the detonation was powerful enough to separate the aspects of herself. There, her body remains. I do not know where her mind went, but some figment of it still remains within. I believe her soul eventually settled, and from it, the corruption, us, were able to find the will to fight it off.
Well, that's not unlike what happened with the robotic arm of the invasion.
And you know the basic. Well, you've heard this story then.
Well, no, I don't understand it at all, actually. I've just seen it happen, so I'm forced to believe it.
I don't think I understand how it works either. I don't think anyone does. But that is the only explanation I can think of.
I wonder if she's capable with her mind of that to control something like a sphere of annihilation.
Perhaps when she was complete, yes. But I don't think she's in any state to do such a taxing activity.
No, chances are she's hard at work already. Well, depending on whether one needs a soul to function or not. Not really sure how that works. Has anyone with magical aptitude here ever tried prying into her mind before?
A few of us, yes. Some as a form of a study to see what would happen. Others were children and snuck in to try to see our god, our mother. None of it worked. Her mind is elsewhere so now.
Do you mind if I give it a shot myself?
By all means. Just try not to disturb the viewers.
Yeah, Riley will gingerly tiptoe past and attempt to make himself small when he approaches.
Make a self
I'm gonna
check.
be right back really quick.
Sure.
Yeah, he mostly. I mean, I could no. Then again, I could ask Zero for invisibility, but it seems a little bit extra. I just want to make sure I'm not obscuring her from their view.
Yeah, they're in a pretty tight circle around it. They're like 10 feet from the pillar. So,
all right, I'll stealth anyway. Yeah.
Sure.
If nothing else, we've got extra sets of eyes down here now anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah. As you're trying to stealth, they're all just sat, like, they're not like, they're like not in an elf pose. They're kind of like crisscrossed applesauced, but they're almost like leaning back, like looking up at the pillar. Like, maybe that's just the most comfortable position for them. They try to stealth, you just kind of hit a couple of rocks on the way. You see 3 of them. There's probably like, yeah, a dozen here. You see 3 of them. They all had this dull, opaque, like, film over their eyes. You see 3 of them, the glow returns, and they look at you directly.
Oi, eyes on the prize. Pretend I'm not here.
Yeah, and they stare at you for like 10 seconds, look at the Scion, who just ushers them back towards the pillar as they just continue looking at the pillar again. Their eyes stay glowing, weirdly, but yeah, they're just looking at the pillar, just standardly now. You're gonna try to detect thoughts?
First I'm going to say, it's wild to seeing you in person after having so many visions with you included in them. I'm sure Aerolok would have liked to have said a proper goodbye, so I'll do it for him in his stead. And then I will detect thoughts.
Okay. Okay, make a charisma check.
Ooh. Just straight charisma?
Straight charisma.
Love to see it.
Okay. Okay. Is that what you say too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As you cast detect thoughts, you sense there's no mind there at all. Yet, you felt something look back. You can't explain it. There is, for functional purposes of the spell, what you're looking at is essentially a corpse. There's no mind there. There's nothing to detect. Yet something looked back at you. Something heard you. As something falls from her eyes, and it hits the ground and is hard. You see one of the people that is looking around the pillar. It landed right in front of them as the eyes returned back to the glow returned back to their eyes. They look at it, they pick it up. It's like a small blue, like stone, like slightly larger than a grain of sand. It's glowing. She looks back and just holds it up, like confused.
Is it alright if Riley try? Well, I mean, I don't know. Is she holding it towards Riley?
She's just holding it up, like back towards the rest of you, looking at the Scion mostly, who sort of, from afar, lifts it out of her fingers and hovers it towards her. It's just like a very small glowing blue stone. It's like a very small diamond.
Is that a tear?
Who knows?
Well, Riley will turn back. Well, yes, the physical form we see in front of us is devoid of anything, but I think she's out there listening somewhere.
Yes, I believe some aspect of her still remains within, but I don't know how much. It seems you reminded her of something.
Well. Let's just say I used to know an old friend of hers.
You are long-lived indeed.
Not that long-lived. Still a young elf in his 40s.
an infant, my favorite. Did you wish to keep this stone?
Well, it depends. I don't know. Maybe, as a sign of reverence to your godmother here, perhaps you should keep it.
Perhaps.
The one who that was meant for is long gone, so...
Very well. Perhaps this can become an artifact of great power, or a symbol, or perhaps can be a pretty blue stone. Significant, either way. And she kind of just floats it into like a small pocket from her very like piecemeal shirt she has on under the cloak. I wish to show you something. As she begins to get closer to the pillar, she kind of makes way. Like as she approaches, everyone gets like all the glows and everyone's eyes return. They look and they get up out of her way as she floats towards the pillar. Resort Novus is embedded in the pillar, probably about like 12 feet up above. But there's the flat, smooth, like surface on every side of the pillar. Otherwise, it's down here is glowing more. It was purple above, but here it's more blue. As she approaches, she just puts her hands on the pillar as the glow subsides. It becomes dark except for where Resort Novus is. She remains glowing blue. The rest of the pillar turns to that, the pale black glassy form you're used to. And you can see the striations around it. The cracked, mirror around it. Repeated, heavy, hard hits from somewhere around the pillar. Every single side. From the top of the pillar to the bottom. These large striations of cracked glass just spider throughout. This is the extent of the damage that every passing eclipse has. And it takes more focus, more eyes, more risk to us to keep the creatures from leaking out. Even then, they can still damage the pillar from within. She goes towards the back, where there's just a sizable chunk taken out of it. She floats the constant towards it. It's a perfect match. I will leave this decision to you. Whether you need time to prepare, whether this is an option you wish to pursue at all. I do not know what will happen exactly when the equation is solved. We will become more powerful, yes, but so will they. At least they have access to us. And if this pillar falls, there is nothing to stop the invader from returning.
Well, I didn't think that was even going to be part of the problem here, so... the fact that it is a possibility frightens me slightly.
As it does me, honestly. I fear our options are limited, but those are our options. I do not know if you have others elsewhere.
I wonder if we could go to the place that on the other side of the core anchor, where all these things are trying to break into.
I believe that would be the invader itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would probably follow the same logic as Mazmazak, would it not?
Jumping into the ocean without a boat.
Not a fan. I would know. Well, actually, no. I am a fan of that. It's the rest of you I'm worried about.
There is much we do not know about the nature of the invader. I know what she knows, but even her knowledge was limited. We know nothing about what the surface of it is like, if there's even air, what creatures may roam there, what strange afflictions may be present. If you wish to follow the path of your mage companion, that is yours to choose. If you wish to follow a safer path, but perhaps an unknown path, we can solve the equation and use this island as your vessel.
Now, here's a question. We leave the Constant with you and we leave this island. Are you then able to find us?
Not without solving the equation. Though, the island is linked, same as your teleportation spells. You have access to teleportation.
We do.
She just vibrates a piece of rock wall off and just hands it to one of you. In theory, we love our theories here. That should allow you to teleport back to the island, despite its location. Hopefully.
Wait, why didn't we just do this last time?
We needed the constant. I'm sorry for the deception, but giving access to what is essentially a stranger to our very vital home, without something to show for it, without a show of trust, would have been unwise on my part.
I also don't think I had teleportation at that point.
Oh yeah, that was over a year ago, I suppose. There's a question. How long does it feel since the last time you saw me?
It is difficult to tell. Time, I believe, passes the same, but we Nova live longer lives than I think most of the races on your continent. Time is a very fluid thing for us. It is we do not experience the passage of seasons as you do. We wake and rest by the cycles of the moon.
I suppose that is the one thing that you always has vision on, huh?
It is a grave duty, but one we must fulfill, for the sake of all of us.
So, essentially, when we're ready, we could use this island as a vessel.
If that is a wish, if that is the path you wish to take, yes, at the risk of perhaps further breaking the core anchor, in which case it wouldn't be a vessel at all, it would be a chunk of land somewhere.
And the anchor, the constant will be kind of the guide towards that sail, so to speak.
It would be akin to putting a rudder on a rudderless ship. The ship can, in theory, sail anywhere it wishes, but it cannot be steered. The constant allows us to steer it.
I see. Anything you think we should bring or prepare for before we go set off?
I prepare for a fight, for sure. I do not know if there's air there, so if you have some means of breathing without air, then perhaps that would be useful. I could be incorrect about that assumption. Anything to combat diseases.
How about allies?
That would be up to you. If you have trusted allies that you do not wish to... This is going to sound callous. That you do not wish, that you do not mind seeing perish, or are willing to perish alongside you, then you may bring them if you wish. This very well may be a one-way trip.
Well, actually, you know what? I don't know. Bringing the fight to them sounds well and dandy, but also we have home field advantage here.
We also
I
have a
think-
lot to lose here.
This is true.
Yes.
We'd have to prepare an entire continent for battle, like clear off enough space that we can guarantee the most, I get the least amount of casualties, and be prepared to quarantine anything that gets infected.
Well, we've rallied the Bronze Legion at the very least. So that's 2 nations on Hidegrey that already have full awareness and preparedness.
Do we... I guess trust Silverwind?
No, of course we don't.
Are we still fulfilling that promise of giving them enough?
Mostly as a front, yes.
And
Remember, I have Yule installed in Dusimar. He's sussing the place out. It's very possible we can hijack that operation in its entirety.
that whole flying city in the sky.
Yes, that. The Archon's old plan.
Because that would be a major weapon, just in case.
But yes, we have many contingencies. The genesis of the receivers, the constant, our floating city, though seeing as though it is still incomplete. Wait, is it still incomplete? It's been a while since I've checked. I'm gonna send to Yule. I'm gonna ask. So, what's the situation on the ground there? Any changes? A lot has happened on my end.
I believe last time you talked to Yule, you told him to start sabotaging the operation, right?
Or at least trying to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he sort of just goes, It's going, but they, well, I gave him a hell of a time trying to find the materials. Misplaced it, bribed a few folk.
Okay, well, it seems that the product, as it were, is not reaching its destination. So,
If we allowed the fight to come to us, what would that look like? That would look like every pillar being just flooding all these creatures in, right?
Every active anchor, perhaps, will become linked once more. Currently they are like an animal wandering through a city into a random house. That is how it currently is. Some corrupted can leak through if they find an equivalent somewhere on the invader. But with the invader returning, the brain behind the operation also begins to connive and plan, the mastermind. It will be able to guide more corrupted through the pillars. It will be able to send more starships to the planet, assuming they have any more. It'll be able to rain the pillars back upon the Earth again.
see, that's the part I'm worried about, because I'm not so worried about current active pillars. Whenever we find one, we dispatch of it. surely not too many left on at least easily accessible ground. Elsewise, we and the people we've notified would have found them by now and done away with them.
We don't know how many are on the
Yeah.
other side of this world.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose that's true. That too would give us ample time to respond to any attack, though, because they'd have to get here first.
Or in the ocean.
Well, if they're in the ocean... Hey, can the invaders breathe underwater? Well, actually, I suppose if you're assuming that there might not be air on the other side of the core anchor, then maybe they don't need to breathe at all.
I believe they are able to survive quite deadly locales.
What do they need our planet for, then?
What do you need?
Go
food
somewhere
for?
else.
Maybe Zol knows more about what's in the ocean.
Zal didn't even really know that you could find the island, so don't know. Information is only as valuable as whether it can be logged or not. There's plenty of unknowns.
I imagine whether we win or lose, Zal will be able to document the information for the future.
Oh, you know of Zal?
I know of someone that knew Zal.
Hmm.
She points to the pillar. Or the anchor.
Oh. Ah, yes, that makes sense.
They were kindred spirits in a way, seeking information, the truth behind things. Whether it was scary or terrifying or false, and the ability to find information, to seek out pass the wheat from the chaff, if you will. We as a people have very little experience with Zal, but it is amazing he has survived this long.
I think it was something like gained immunity to the corruption after all of his kind perished, or something like that.
So perhaps he has a similar experience as we have.
Oh, that reminds us, actually. Immunity to corruption. There's a big dragon. A big dragon. It's very corrupted. It's so corrupted, you can corrupt magic with it. How do we deal with that?
I can tell you how she dealt with it.
Exploding?
Yes. It wiped an entire country off the earth. That was one of the few things that flew out of the core anchor before the decision was made. I believe the corrupted you and I know are quick. They infect. It is a disease within a matter of days. You do not lose your mind. You keep it, in fact. It's your body that fails you.
Yes, I've seen what the final form of victims who have been tortured by it look like, and it is very not pretty.
Yes, and for most of us, that is the fate. Some have mutations. You may have seen the spindly ones with blades for arms, or the large basher ones. I'm sure they had names. I do not care for them.
Wait, so hold on a second. Is that not their natural form? Are you saying that maybe this corruption hit them and they gained some sort of mutation to it?
The corruption tends to take it is a intelligent disease. It knows the body of what is corrupting. It knows how best to use its advantages.
It's more of a parasite, you'd say.
In a way, yes.
So then the invaders, the physical forms of them anyway, are actually just as much of a victim?
Perhaps. No one knows the true origin of the invader. what caused it, what created it. But perhaps every invader was an annexed creature at some point. Perhaps if this planet falls, it would move on to another one using our bodies.
Oh, we can't. We have to stop it here then.
Which I think perhaps we could gain support from other planes.
Would you like to try recruiting from other planes?
Perhaps.
I mean, certainly. If it reaches them, they're just as fucked as we are.
Cowboy seems to have some support or influence, at least with the hells and the abyssal planes and that sort of thing.
No, frankly, with my songborn abilities, I'm probably able to at least stand a chance in the plane of water. I don't know about the others. They seem rather unpleasant to even step into for any reason. Sevazazo, do the people of Narset, have they messed with the other planes at all?
Sorry, this is a large amount to take in. No. Well, study of them, yes, but no allies or anything. We have difficulty reining in things at ease with the dragons and the... I suppose you could make a case with the Shadowfell. That is where many necromantic energies reside, but I do not believe Narset has any dealings with them necessarily, but...
Oh, yes, right. People of Narset are not very diverse, what with just humans and Dragonborn. I don't know if you've ever seen a Genasi before, but they hail from those places, at least in theory.
I know of their existence, yes.
I have a question. I want to check my apotheosis vessel because, I mean, I'm not saying this will necessarily be anything, but Zori Novos, wasn't she a chosen of Elena?
Yes.
Has my apotheosis vessel reacted to any of this at all? Like, just been up to anything weird?
Do you pull it up?
Yeah.
As you pull it up, the eye in the center of the apotheosis vessel is usually pretty stationary. It's moved to look at the pillar. Notably, it moved up, the gaze up to Missouri Novas. And every time you move the pillar, the eye kind of looks, like follows it.
What if I take out my mask?
Take out your mask.
Does it do anything in the presence of the pillar?
What are your thoughts on the pillar?
Kind of like... It's interesting, but also like fragile, and this is like this close we're gonna get to a lot of death.
As you pull the mask, it feels, like a mask, but as you think those thoughts, there's like a weird disconnect from your thoughts and the masks. It's like the mask is thinking those thoughts and not you. But otherwise, it remains a mask. It doesn't glow or come alive. But something happened. Sign for things to come, maybe.
Oh, are you guys checking out what the reactions might be? Riley will take out his sword.
Fucking nothing. Yeah, you pull out your sword and it's a sword. Does it have any much connection to the, at least Gwina, specific to that, much connection towards Orinovas?
Well, Nothing the gods interest. I suppose they were just friends in the mortal realm.
I wonder if there are starfish. Not like the starfish in the ocean that look like a star, but in the stars. You know what I mean?
Well, there was the skyfish that was captured by the enemy. Didn't look very much like a fish, but probably a fish somewhere out there.
We
Maybe.
can't hear it, but Simon is violently writing down space fish right now.
I didn't even write it down. I already had it. Yeah, but 0 as you both pause this vessel. There's some reaction from it.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Turn to Salazar. We've about 50-ish days before the reckoning, as it were. I don't know. I feel as though, in terms of prep for the invasion, we Zodiacs have done essentially everything we're capable of. This was the final piece of the puzzle, and knowing that it could be used against us in some form is a little bit disappointing.
It is a risk, as all scientific progression is. Yes, it could backfire, but it could also end the war before anything happens.
There's still more to be done. You know, R's still developing something regarding the corruption and the cure, and
Yes, I forgot about R.
which reminds me, we at some point do need to return to Thane before Luca gets any ideas, because I was out of character. What is the leader of Narset's name again?
Linder Arda.
Yeah, she made a really good point about the chosen of the god of death being right next to this dig site for a ancient dragon that has a fucking corruption on it that could easily destroy everything. She was like, "Are you fucking serious?" And I hadn't thought about that, so
Yeah, not good.
I'm very, very, very anxious to return back to Thane so we can finish the job.
Well, the Magister has summoned R herself, has she not?
Did she?
I seem to remember that being one of her orders.
I believe she was thinking about contacting. Or at the very least, like, pretty agreeable to, like, you know, talking with R.
Right.
And made, like, some steps.
Right, but, like, that would require summons, because there's no way she's going to be alright with getting, like, messaged that way.
Maybe, if anything, we can go back to Thane, check on things there first in Teague, and then we can head to the Commission's spot and teleport to the entrance of Narset, where Silas also picked this up, and we can re-enter with R and gang. And as long
spend
as we can
another
get-
week trudging over to what was the capital
potentially,
again?
or at least escorting him to the doors of Narset. Either way, getting Luca out of that area, like getting him out of away from that dig site.
Well, I'm not opposed to any of those things. And if we're no closer to finding some sort of cure to the magical corruption, then
Would the Magister be willing to travel outside of Narset, do you think, Salazar?
In short, no. In long, no. She is... She's a... I do not want to say she's a reclusive woman. She is aggressive. But,
Well, perhaps she would send an envoy in her stead.
That is likely what will happen. These envoys are typically secret. As there are a few that can actually return to Nasset afterwards. They are hidden. They do not say they are from Nasset. They have their means getting in and out, namely the teleportation circles that have access even to you. But if she would to reach out to anybody, that would be how it would be done.
Well, then I suppose all we need to do is pass along the message to R that the Magister has business with him.
Yeah, Scion still floating there. Goes, you still have some time before the eclipse.
Yeah, about 50 days. Which is somehow both comforting and horrific.
Yes, 50... mere 50 days before the end of everything. Make your 50 count. As she sort of... almost like pulls apart the constant, but it doesn't actually tear apart. It's something just opens in front of it and it just gets sucked in. And it's just gone in a blink of an eye.
Are you sure you wanted to do that? Is it steady here? No more eyes on it.
From my understanding, the constant can only appear and reappear in places local to its surroundings. So if I have a pocket plane, it can only teleport within the pocket plane.
Oh,
That's smart.
Interesting. Riley's gonna take out the tracker.
Dude, it's like limp as hell. Like it's like a ball with a ball and just rolling it around. It doesn't detect shit.
Yeah, it's gone. Not on this realm.
I was wondering, if it's no, artifact of importance to you, can I have the stone from Xodiacs?
Of course.
If it's not inappropriate to ask, I don't need it.
No, it's...
I'm curious about something.
We did not produce this stone. It was your friend here, so... It's only right that, if you wish it, you carry it. As she floats the blue little stone out of your pocket. Out of her pocket into your hand. What would you like to do with it?
Huh?
What would you like to do with it?
Does the truth seer react to it at all?
Truth seer becomes... You don't feel like any different right now, at least, but truth seer feels not great, if that makes sense. The eye is getting a little teary.
No. Okay, before I do what I want to do, Chris, at some point, do you want to try to detect magic of this and see if this is anything? If not, what I was going to do is I was just going to offer it to Elena. It's not like information like she normally has, but it felt sentimental. And this makes me sad.
Get back.
Oh, right.
Oh,
It's
for
gone this whole time.
It's good timing though, but either way. Chris, when you have time, do you think you could detect magic this stone that fell from Xodiacs? Because if it has some properties to it, then I won't do what I want to do with it. But what I want to do with it is offer it to Elena.
Yeah, I can identify it.
Okay. You identify it. Weirdly, it registers magical, but it's not really an item, like a known item with a name and a function. It just... This came from someone's eyes when they were really sad. It's a magical tear. That's literally all you get from it.
It made me sad. Do you guys mind if I offer it to Elena?
Well, I mean, I guess she could study it.
Maybe.
Kind of just seems like, I don't know, sentiment, I suppose. But probably just infused with magic as a result of the person who produced it.
Yeah.
Okay, you offer to Elena.
Yeah, I'm gonna cup it in my hands, like one hand over the other, and just kind of take it out of view, and then like close my eyes for a second, and then pray or whatever I usually do when I offer stuff and offer it.
Okay. You offer the tear to Elena. And it gets offered. Truthseer immediately weeps. You get a vision. You're in that same room with that girl. Long red hair. But she is kneeled. You're just wearing like very clean looking, like almost like pajama-y type robe, like very flowy and comfortable. Like a dark blue. She is in a dark room, the one you were in before, but she's kneeled over a body of a orcish man, long white dreadlocks tied on the head, and just in plate armor with like a kind of like a fish emblazoned on the chest, long purple slash marks across it. The limbs kind of just everywhere, actually, and she's just weeping hard. What would you like to ask her?
What?
What would you like to ask?
Oh. Oh. I don't know. I would have asked the team first before I did this if I'd known. Shit.
You can ask the team out of character.
What do I ask her?
Wait, who are you asking? Is it
Rosarino? Well, Elena?
Okay.
Is it Elena? I thought it was Rosario Novos. I don't know. I guess I assumed it was Rosario.
It is Rosario Novos.
Okay.
What?
You can ask your god anything all the time. You have a
That's true, yeah.
yeah, you have a temporary emotional kick in the butt in the mind of Rosario Novos for her to clarify the knowledge she has. What would you like to ask Rosario Novos?
While she's fucking weeping over the loss of Airlock? This is such bad manners.
I know.
I don't have an opinion.
I guess you could ask, is there anything we can do?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Mine was much more like juvenile. I was just gonna be like, what do we do? Like full stop. What do we do? But yeah, I like that wording better too. It sounds better. I would like to ask her, yeah, what can we do?
A second figure appears beside you, overlooking the scene as well. A taller woman, slightly taller than you. Long red hair, large blue, like very large brimmed hat with gold trim around it. Dark blue robes, but tattered. Pale skin, beautiful. A old adult, Rosario Nova seemingly, just staring at herself, crying. You've done as much as you can, but there could be more. I see two options. They both stem from whether you want to take the fight to it, or defend your home and let it come to you. Cannot do both, I don't think. If you wish to take the fight to it, well, you have the two options. Jump into the sea, as the Scion claims, or take that vessel. Complete the equation. Alternatively, defense is likely easier on your part, because it's now everyone's problem. You recruit some allies. You have the receivers up north. You have the Nova aboard this island. Soon you may have some flesh thing growing in the deserts of this country. You've garnered the support of that warrior nation to the east. Focus on these two options. What can you do to bolster one of those two options? You're going to accrue more allies. But if you wish to take the fight to them, you're going to have to assemble a stronger strike team. You can't carry an island on this tiny... Can't carry an army on this tiny island. For now, 50 days. Rest. Or kill that man by the dragon. I spent a lot to bury that thing. Don't let him wake it up. She kind of just pats you on the shoulder. Thank you for not letting things die. Your vision returns.
Well, I cried a little, so Sarah's probably crying. Not just because, like, oh, it's emotional, but I think just, I don't know, I feel as just effect of this being so, like, emotionally charged, like, using the tear and all that. I think Sarah's probably crying a bit, but I will just relay that information to Riley. It's nothing we don't already know, but it's, I don't know, I guess I was trying to rule out any angle that we hadn't considered, but I guess that's
The remnants of her mind found you, huh?
One of these two options seems better.
Well, she's been around for a while then. She's certainly very wise. Focus on one of the two. Well, frankly, loath as I am to admit it, I think our best option is taking the fight to them.
I don't agree.
You don't? And why is that?
Because here we have a lot more help. Here we are all fighting against the same enemy, despite the fact that we may not fuck with anyone in Sonia or any other nation that has blacklisted us. We have a common enemy, and we can at least be rest assured that this is as big of a threat to them as it is to us.
Indeed. However, we take the fight to them. We catch them by surprise. We assemble our strike team. We deliver a devastating blow inside. Should we perish even so, perhaps when they do launch their invasion, they'll be crippled enough to fall to the efforts that we have made on the ground.
I don't think there's any catching them by surprise now. They've had a very, very, very long time to prepare. I feel like whatever they have waiting for us, it's going to hit heavy whether we go to them or let them come to us. If we're in their domain, then we don't know what other variables are going to play into our success. Or failure, I should say.
Riley will turn to the Scion then. I suppose then, perhaps solving the equation is a last resort. If it seems that all is lost, well, you'll either be able to leave this place, or you would have fallen to it anyway and just simply speeding up the inevitable.
Very well. I will keep the constant available, just in case. If...
Still got 50 days to figure things out.
Yes. We may get lucky. We may survive the next eclipse, but you've seen the damage.
Indeed, and the gods of our realm stir as well. They came out of hiding, several hundred years of hiding, to find 4 idiots stupid enough to believe this far-fetched thing, and well, here we are.
And brave enough to see it through.
Yes, indeed. Well, what is bravery without a little bit of idiocy?
Two sides of the same coin. Well, if we are preparing for a siege instead of a strike, then we should do the same. We have no allies, but perhaps we can, through our, albeit very random travels, perhaps find some secret hidden elsewhere in some corner of the world no one can get to.
And should you want to bolster your defenses here, we have people who I am sure would be very happy to have the comfort of a traveling random island, maybe bolster their chances at survival as well.
I have been thinking about mingling. Perhaps. Do you trust this person?
If I were to bring anybody here, it would be explicitly because I trust them. Looks around at the crew here. I trust all of these people. I fought with them. We've saved each other. All good.
Then in these very dire times, then yes, this island will be a safe refuge for those you deem ally. I believe our time as a secluded people may be coming to an end, whether we want to or not. So it may be soon to reveal ourselves. Perhaps after the upcoming fight.
Yeah, that sounds also.
I do indeed. I agree.
Well, I wish it was the Magister that was hearing these words instead, but well.
I do not believe this island has traveled if any of the Nova upstairs are still outside working and toiling. Do you still wish to be here? In this location specifically?
Is she asking us?
Yes.
Oh shit, she could take us anywhere, couldn't she?
Randomly. But
Randomly, yeah. We can teleport out, it's fine, but then we can't get back into fucking Narset.
Yeah.
Uh,
We can get back here through teleportation, right? She gave us something to teleport back here with.
yes, it is a little piece of rock. In theory, it should work. She literally doesn't know.
right, Salazazo, that proposition, you could see the outside world. Problem, how did we get you back to Narset?
I think technically I'll be banished if I leave.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a big problem. You're our messenger, we can't have that.
If you wish to teleport, I can leave. I'm perfectly capable of surviving in the desert myself.
The capital also knows about the situation, probably is sending scouts to see what's up with us.
Yes, and I will tell the Magister about the what do you call it? The meat thing, the meat man.
But wait, then he has to travel back to the city on his own.
Yeah, he says he can do it. Though he's also said a lot of things that are not inconvenient to, so.
True.
Yeah, and he's a single human man with no ability to defend himself.
But he's smart. He knows the land. He knows how to avoid these things.
Did this man even bring a water bottle with him? What is this man? This man has scrolls.
Yeah, he got scrolls and a water bottle in there. It's right next to his other scrolls of how to drink water.
This man's gonna die, Riley. We can't leave, right? We can't leave Salazazo in the desert.
Yeah, his scrolls of water drinking.
You know what? I mean, listen, we can just come back here and do the funny trip.
Yeah, if you wish. I only ask because, what? Time is of an essence. So, if this island is capable of carrying you far distances, then I do not wish to be the impediment that stops you from doing so. You have valuable skills and very little time to use them. I am a scholar of limited use. So, I can take my leave here, and thank you for your assistance and your experience. But you have things to do. I will again defer to your judgment.
Well,
If we stay here on this island, what are we gonna go do? She's just gonna teleport us randomly out of here?
Pretty much, yeah.
can the island stop at some point?
The island stops when one of us on the island views the outside world. It's the reverse of the properties that you experienced outside.
Wait a second, but you're always viewing the outside world, are you not?
Not when you are sleeping or underground.
So very frequently this island is not traveling.
Sometimes, yes. Usually, but when needed, it travels everywhere.
I mean, I don't know.
There's only a few dozen of us on this island.
Yeah, that's fair. And if you don't have explicit view on the outside, then I suppose that lots of you are also conditioned to not look at the outside as well to keep safe.
The ones you've seen down here rarely venture upstairs. Some do.
Fair enough.
On their vacation.
A vacation? Paid time off from looking at the pillar.
Yeah. I cannot promise you where the island will take you, but if you don't wish to be here, well, anywhere is better than here.
We should probably let Polaris know that he doesn't have to travel inwards towards all the danger in our Satam. Well, that is assuming that we take this. And I'm also going to cast Greater Restoration again to see if Azia is capable of speech and therefore able to chime in.
Yeah, you guys go to restoration. The root of the tongue is, again, not fully formed, but it is much better than before, and she seems to be able to slur some words. as the
Do it,
patches grow
DM.
back in.
RP it, DM. Do it.
We're getting somewhere. Hold on. I've got one more. Let's see if it makes a difference. Riley will use the last of his diamond dust and his final 5th level spell slot.
Damn, okay.
It's only 5th level? Jesus.
Yeah. Her, by this point, after 4 greater restorations, again, not fully recovered, but she is more skin than meat now. The patches of skin that were growing back have been slowly growing as you've been casting greater restoration and have now mostly connected. So now she's probably like 60% skin. Most of her face is like pretty much back, but she's like still missing patches from the neck and like the clavicle and like the arms and hands. But she looks, instead of looking like a complete disfigured like human, like a walking nightmare, she now just looks like grievously injured. And like people would look at her and be like, oh, what happened to you? As opposed to, oh, what the fuck?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but the base of her tongue is just on the cusp of like basically fully healing, and she's able to speak pretty much mostly. She sort of goes, what she said before is, wasn't draconic, but you know draconic in magic form.
Yep.
She says, take me with you.
Yeah, happily.
I do not wish to remain in this country much longer.
Well, now that you're able to speak, we can, find out what's going on. And we've much to discuss, I suppose. Although, yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot that's... In general, sorry about all of this.
I do not understand why you are apologizing.
I don't either, to be honest. I guess we're all going to have to deal with the ramifications of this regardless, so... right. So, Zazo, are you sure you're going to be fine on your own?
I will be fine. Not the first time I've traveled alone, not in the desert.
How many days are we out from the city right now?
It's like 2 or 3. You're honestly not that far away from the city. It was like 2 or 3 days, I believe. You had to sleep twice and then got there by the end of the 3rd night, I think.
I wonder, do we have a magical artifact we can give him to just bolster his safety?
I thought about giving him the magic carpet, but I need that.
I don't want to give him the Wand of Lightning Bolts. That's way too strong.
I think I have it right now anyway.
Oh, like you have it,
Yeah, I think I
attuned?
tuned it before the fight with what's her name.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't
Give him
have
the
all that much.
carpet.
Nah.
Simon, how much did the carpet cost me?
Let me check my notes.
It's like 10,000.
Something like that. And they don't have a second one, so... Actually, they might have one that's bigger, so even more expensive. Twice one of those items. Carpet of frying somewhere. Oh yeah, for the for that 3x5 foot, it was 12,000 gold.
How much is the bigger one?
I checked. They actually don't have a bigger one, so that was it.
Damn it.
Yeah, I misremembered because there are bigger variants, and that's why I misremembered it with. The Annies do not have a second one. You get wings of flying, which require attunement.
How much are the wings of flying?
8,000. But
I can't carry
also,
people with it.
also takes your attunement. Yeah. And he claims he'll be fine. Just give him a sword and he'll be fine.
I have a sword.
There you go. Guaranteed to survive.
Potion.
Hmm.
Maybe a potion for him?
Oh, it's up to you. Yeah, humble ass, I'd rather die than be an inconvenience to anyone. Celizazo is telling you he'll be fine.
I'll give him a pat on the back and say, "You're free to go."
Yeah, this is only a problem because Narset is the way it is. It would be great to just take him with us.
As much as I would like to see the outside world, I'm needed here, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps in the future, maybe I'll take you up on that offer. But yes, there are things I must do within our set. People to talk to, forms to fill out.
Well then, this is a bit anticlimactic. I figured we'd be parting ways outside the city or something, but I suppose this will have to do.
I mean, parting ways inside of a traveling island that exists simultaneously everywhere and nowhere in front of what is essentially the history's largest weapon of mass destruction, with one of the founding members of magic embedded inside of it, is a pretty good way to go.
When you put it that way, you're right. No complaints.
Truly, it has been a pleasure traveling with you, and it has been an experience, one that I will not forget, and one I honestly do not wish to replicate. Nonetheless, it's been a good journey, Zodiacs.
It's been a pleasure having you, Salazazo.
Do not be a stranger. You have infinite access in the skies with your dragon now. So,
Oh, are we cleared?
I believe I've been told, yes. You've been cleared to fly the dragon within our sets, assuming it is the same dragon, Rotave, with the house on its back.
Yes, that is. These parameters are acceptable.
Yes, these are
Do
not...
we know how far out Rotave is right now? Not Rotave, Polaris is?
No. Can check, though. Which one of us wants to send to him?
I'll send him.
Alright.
I'll send and I'll just ask Polaris how far out he is from...
I'd be cautious of him flying in here without the, I guess, security system installed yet. Unless it's already in there.
I don't know what the status of it was. I never kept up with that.
Yeah, it's just about done, I believe. Wait, assassination? No.
Which I do agree with that as well, because if Sonia has or previously had means of getting to our teleportation circle on the dragon, the last thing we want to do for Narset is give them entrance to Narset by Trojan horsing them in with Polaris.
Well, we were working on that with the Asnes, were we not?
Yeah, we were, and then we told them that we killed the Grand Arbiter, and they freaked out. So
Yes, but that was after. They did. It's fine. We have our security system anyway.
I'll send to Polaris and just ask, did we give him a location to come to us to? He doesn't have GPS. Like was he just flying aimlessly into Narset?
I think you just hold the fly south in Narset, I believe.
Was Jane on the dragon?
Yes.
Yeah, Jane's still there.
Jane and the Dragon. I miss that show. Yeah, you sent in Polaris. Right.
No, because how the fuck is he gonna know where he is?
You can describe the surroundings to you, I guess.
Why don't you just say turn around?
No, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to get him, if he was close enough to us, we could wait until he gets here, and then he could take. I'm not comfortable letting Salazalzo walk back to the city. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
So either I was gonna let Salazalzo hitch a ride on Polaris back to the city and we can dip via island, or I was gonna split the party and I'll go Salazalzo to the city via carpet, and then from there try my hand at teleporting out of Narset.
Wouldn't it be better if Chris did that? Because he can teleport circle.
That's true. But I mean, even then, what is the guarantee that he gets to the dragon?
There isn't one. But the same thing would apply to Zero.
Right,
So why
but
don't we just
I can
wait
defend
in
myself
general?
out here.
Oh,
I
true.
want to go to a random place.
Yeah, leave it to the Chaos Wizard.
Okay, I'll cast sending to Jane, who is on Polaris, and just ask, hi, I know we didn't really task you with navigation, but do you know if you are near Narset, in Narset, near at all where you are?
The spell has difficulty finding Jane, but it does connect eventually, seemingly. The nature of her being completely artificial
Yeah,
and new
I didn't
mind
think about
is
that.
having difficulty, but it does connect. The magic can still affect her now. Some magic. You do get back in your brain. Oh, I was mostly watching the door upstairs, but I believe we've been flying in desert for about a day now.
I want to. Well, no, because he'll be above the clouds probably. Sure, I'm gonna scry on Polaris.
Sure. Yeah, as you cast Mind's Eye, third eye open, and use the scrying eye on Polaris. You see that he is probably like in the. You can actually tell pretty decently where he is, because you can see the clouds from where you are currently situated. It's extremely dark. He's probably about a days away from there. Like you can see it in the distance with your vision. Like it's mostly just all clear sky out there, and then there's like a weird patch further in the distance. That's just like a really dark roiling set of clouds.
I will relay this information to Riley. I'll just say, you guys can do what you want to do. We'll probably reconvene somewhere eventually, but I'm not comfortable leaving Salazar out here, especially knowing that he is our only method of like relaying this information to the what's the fucking position called? Their leader again?
Magister?
Yeah, the Magister. He's the only like means of delivering this information to the Magister, like from somebody that she trusts, and he, knows the impact of everything going on, and can see that all of our loose ends are tied back there. And I just don't. He's a human man, commoner human man. And remembering all the things we went through, whether it's like the desert worm and the fucking weird rust drake things, whatever they were, I don't feel comfortable leaving him out here by himself at all. So if we need to split the party, I'm willing to split the party and then trying my hand at teleporting out of here once I get to the city. And even if I end up somewhere random, as long as I get out of Narset, then I think my chances of teleporting to you guys goes back up as long as I'm out of Narset.
Well, hold on. Just wait for... just get on Polaris when Polaris gets here.
I could, but I mean, so what do you think? split the party, and then I wait for Polaris. We fly to.
You said it's only a day, right?
He's about a day away, yeah.
Yeah, so you wait for Polaris, then get on Polaris, and then we'll teleport to Polaris.
Okay.
I mean, it might take a while, because we don't know if the teleportation circle will work while Polaris is still in our sets, but we got sending. We have the stone. Oh, right. Salizazo, you should probably give the stone back to Zero.
Oh, yes. As he hands the, your relaying rock back to you. You get disconnected from the group chat.
See? No problems now. Except maybe time, but, well, everything is a risk.
How many more people, I should say, can go on this island if we were to bring the fight to the place?
Oh, like, the island's, like, not super... It's sizable. But, like, to comfortably carry one. The issue becomes, viewing, pretty much. Underground's a safe bet. Outside, the huts, people can just close their eyes, I suppose. Probably bring like 100, 150 people on this island or so.
We could all recruit our squads.
Yeah, so if you do decide to go with the strike team option, the island can only carry about like 100, 150 people. That strike team better be fucking gnarly to combat a moon.
True.
Yeah, those are the options. Either have the entire weight of the planet fighting the moon, but at the risk of, destroying a lot more of the planet, or try to stop that, but by having a much smaller allocation of people to do it with. And if you fail, then, well, there goes the world's greatest hope. Okay, so, Chris and Riley are teleporting via island to a random location.
Seems so.
Okay, and Zero, you're waiting outside with Celizazo for Polaris.
Well, we're not going to just wait. I think we'll probably load up on the carpet and then just start flying in that direction. And then at some point in the next day, I'll hit up Polaris and let him know to drop down so he can start looking for us on the ground.
Okay, so you can meet in the middle, right? Okay.
I'll let you cut scene to the boys first. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Okay, so, as Zero leaves the island with Celizazo again gives a large, deep bow to the rest of you guys. He takes his leave for probably the last time you'll see him. Let's just go back to our set for whatever reason. You elves stay aboard. Zia stays with you too, Riley, because you are the currently prescribed doctor of Zia. Yeah, you have medical 1 priority on it right now.
True.
So, as you all stay aboard, Sinosauros, which goes, this has been truly enlightening in many ways. You are truly a very special type of people. It takes much to combine the disparate facets of this world into a tangible collective. I envy it in some ways. But
Man, honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm rolling the dice.
that's every action in life, isn't it? Even if
Truly.
you're truly skilled, then there is no guarantee it'll work. You have been rolling well. Well, we are traveling. Do you wish to experience the discordance above, or do you wish to appear in a new location?
What do you mean by discordance above?
The island's properties rely on sight, and sight alone. Touch, hearing does not apply. We have gotten used to it, but I imagine it'll be a very interesting experience when you are above ground and close your eyes, you can hear and smell and feel worlds pass around you without you ever looking at them. But it can be overwhelming to the inexperienced. Many of our the few children we have are quite adverse to it in the first years.
Well, I'm sure Chris is all too excited to turn to Zia. And you?
He'll probably survive.
It's not about that, Chris. Come on. Be a little bit more sensitive. But besides, she'll survive anything anyway. It's about comfort.
She probably wants to experience everything.
Well, she can speak for herself now. Let's hear it.
She only like half the conversation unless Chris was speaking Draconic.
Oh. Ah, yes, right. Re-up, tongues. We're really going to have to learn each other's languages, huh? Right, I was saying, would like to hear from you whether or not you want to, experience being shifted randomly.
Why not? Can't be any worse than the rest of my life.
Alright, let's see what happens then.
Yeah, as you all ascend upstairs, it's probably like still 7 people above the surface. You pass all the viewers of the core anchor through their little slats. Yeah, it's like 20, 30 people down here just staring at the pillar, just in case anything goes wrong. Yep, and as all you ascend, the dark clouds still linger above. Dinosaurus just goes floating around, just for kind of giving the order to people, just go back indoors. It's time to teleport. As she sort of floats back towards you. So it just goes, it is time. I have no idea where we are going, but it should be an interesting experience, hopefully. This island can travel anywhere on this planet. Hopefully we end up on the same continent. The other
Oh
ones are
shit,
not-
we might be traveling to one of the other continents, holy shit.
The other ones are not quite as hospitable.
Oh, yeah, I suppose we should ask about that. What's going on the other continents, then? I suppose you have limited knowledge, but do so regale.
One is not much worth speaking about. It is lost. We do not know the history of it. Resori Novus was from this continent, so all of the knowledge was from this knowledge base. Everything we can glean from the other continents came from, well, our own documentation. I believe at one point these continents were more interconnected before the invasion initially, but the remnants of connection they had were severed, and, well, something keeps them separated. We still do not know what, but we do know that we've seen some ships attempt to sail across. None of them have reached the other side. We tried to stay and watch, but they just simply sank.
An invisible sinking force. Well then.
Perhaps not invisible, perhaps something we cannot see, perhaps something below the waves, perhaps something altogether entirely different. One continent is lost to the corruption. I loathe to say this, but it is the smallest of the continents, so perhaps we were lucky. Your continent, Haigure, is the second largest, including the landmass above. What you call Thane now. The biggest continent is the one that is somewhat intact. We didn't know much of its history. We landed there a few times. Counted no cities or people, but some sounds we've heard. Some readings. Seem to call it Giara, the continent as a whole.
And what kind of people inhabit it, do you know?
There are some strange ones. Some, I suppose, ghoul-like ones. There were more beast folk there than here, I think. Humans still exist there. Less elves and dwarves. A few, but they seem to be the minority. But it seems largely human and beast folk related, at least the ones that we encountered. Again, our limited knowledge of that area is limited. We try not to linger there too long. Our curiosity only goes so far in a strange world.
Fair enough.
Actually, we try not to linger anywhere too long. But some of the items you see are from that continent. Clothing and some of the tools here. We take what we can.
Indeed. Recognized one of the robes earlier as being from the current pantheon on the mainland. And found it strange that someone would be wearing such a thing when this island has existed since before the inception of said god, but if it's just picking up stuff from wherever, then it makes much more sense.
Yes, it's we do not revere any gods as you do, so my apologies. The symbology of some of the current pantheon is lost on us. But I believe
totally understandable.
Yes, it is.
Well, none of us worship the current pantheon either.
Perhaps after all this is over, assuming we survive, perhaps your next foray can be to connect the continents again, or the ones worth saving.
Well, I've got 400 years left in me. I'm sure I can accomplish something of the sort.
Are you ready?
Yep.
I'm ready.
Okay. She closes her eyes, as do the both of you. And Zia, though, you know, you can imagine that. The moment the last person ceases watching the island, you hear a cacophony of sound. Not just one sound, every sound. You hear birds chirping, you hear fish slapping, both like earth and water. You hear them being dissected, you hear volcanoes erupting, you hear the cold chill of the northern continents, maybe your own, maybe someone else's. You hear rocks falling, earth slides, just desert sands. You feel every temperature imaginable at the same time. Your feet's cold, your head's hot. Every scent. You smell rotting flesh. You smell roses. You smell the fresh baked like breads of the first morning, and then the pies you eat at night. Every sound and every sense assails you all at once in almost this white noise in every audible and sensory faculty you have. Both of you make wisdom saving throws.
Yep, understandable.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Wisdom saving.
Okay. You both hold on for quite a while, actually. You hold on for about a minute. Every sound, every smell, every touch, you hear your skin gets wet, and then it's dry, and then it's really itchy, and then it's soothed, and it's like you're not sure where you are. You understand that the world around you is shifting at breakneck speed in the blink of an eye, dozens of times a second. Every single scent and sound is a completely different world.
Does this experience kind of embody the nature of chaos?
In a way, it is. The main premise of the island is that it's unpredictable to the point that even its inhabitants don't know where it's going to go. What is Chris feeling at this moment?
I think he's feeling that this is it's both intriguing, but also like I think this is what chaos is.
Roll the 100 for me. Okay. I added a new resource on your character sheet next to bullets under your fired laser shots.
Okay, let's see. That's cool. Curious what I'll do with it.
I don't know. What are you going to do with it? I'm not going to do anything right now, but as you sit there and sit in what is essentially the most, possibly the most chaotic place on the planet right now. You're everywhere on the planet, yeah, and you are nowhere on the planet. It is an entirely random mathematical formula, according to them, that they do not know the answer to. And maybe that's okay. Because what's, life without a little chaos? I'll not tell you what you can do with that. You just let me know.
Okay. Sounds good. Also, I'm not sure if I identified the mask at all.
I think he did at some point. It was just like, it was
Oh.
kind of a latent godhood in a way.
Yeah.
Did what you haven't identified was those 2 things you found.
Oh yeah, Riley still has one.
I don't know what who had the staff.
I think Riley had the stuff. Wait, was
Zero.
it you? Riley found something in an urn.
Correct.
Was that not a staff? What was that?
It was a rod.
Okay, a rod. They're the same thing!
No, a rod's shorter.
Okay, fine.
A rod's like what the healers in Fire Emblems use. Staff's like a staff
But-
staff.
Yeah, but the whatever.
That's
Fine.
like staff.
Like a staff. Staff's like you can like hold it completely like your hand in front of you and it hits the ground. Rod's like you know like a baton.
Oh, so like a wand.
Yeah, but like longer. And you
Why
hold it
do
in the
we
middle.
have so many words for the same fucking thing?
This English is stupid and Latin's then the Romans were high. Yeah.
It's whether Empire fucking failed.
Yeah. Welcome. Stay out. Good riddance. About a minute passes of this cacophony to your ears and your nose and your skin. So even to your taste buds a little bit. Some places just like are so strong and pungent odor that you can taste them. Some are very ashy. Some are very sweet in a way. Some are overwhelmingly, cloyingly sweet to the point that it overwhelms you, and it's just like it's like you walked through pure sugar. No idea where that is. When you open your eyes, when you can't take it anymore, Sinosar still has her eyes open, but the moment she hears the environment around her has calmed, she opens her eyes as well. You find yourself in the middle of a very humid swamp. It's still cold. It's still, you know, the season of crystal, meaning you're probably still on the same continent. Maybe. But the swamp you're in is completely red. Entirely. The trees are long and like ancient looking, but they dangle in red leaves. The mud around you is rust red. Like it's almost blood-like in a way. Mosquitoes immediately begin to sting. Yeah, the leaves that do dangle from the trees almost look like tassels of flesh in a way. Like just gore, but they look like leaves.
Oh my god, is this what you were talking to me about earlier? Oh my god. Oh.
What?
Is this that
The
red-
rotting veil.
Is it that red place by Cowbay?
Yes, do you know of any place in Hyde Grey that has trees that look like rust?
Me?
Yeah.
Do I?
Make a history or a nature check. I mean, like red trees, swamp. Yeah, you could be Meyerstead Swamp. Kind of has red trees there. The history you know is that there was during the Crucible War, there's a battle so bloody that it literally cursed the entire swamp to be blood red.
There was the Crucible War that kind of cursed the land and the swamp to be red. What was the other one? The Meyerstead Swamp, you said?
Possibly. Meyerstead Swamp.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's right above that one city. What was that city called? It was above Fairhaven. Yeah, that one. Wait, is that where we are? Oh well, I guess we're still on the same continent.
Perhaps. It is. Well, it's not the only red swamp I've seen. Could be the same one. Could be not.
Do you have a compass?
Yeah, you have a compass.
Can we check to see where the where it is. Or where north is, I guess.
Yeah, if you point north, and it seems to point north. You're in an entirely red swamp right now. You believe that's north. You just don't know what north goes to.
Maybe I'll cast fly and see if I can find any landmarks.
Yeah, as you guys fly up above the leaves. You kind of push past. There's like this net of tangled, weed-like leaves and like threads of branches, like that all knotted together. You have to kind of like break through some, and it smells, unfortunately, like meat for some reason. You fly above. You're kind of smack dab in the middle of this giant swamp. Make a perception check. Yeah, you look up. As you fly as much as you can see, a couple of like stagnant pools, that just kind of like are just, they look like coagulated blood, like they're clotting in a way. But yeah, as far as you can see, it is trees for several days of travel, and it's not gonna be fun travel if you're walking through out of here either. Real shitty trees.
I guess I'll go back down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell Riley. It looks like nasty trees for days.
Well, I don't have too much of a problem with that if it was a regular forest, but this one seems to be full of blood and death, and I don't like that. I'll turn to the Scion. Do you think we could reroll?
Yes, perhaps this is not the most pleasant place I've been to. Yes, of course. Riley, make a perception check.
Sure. Perception.
Cool. As you're all about to close your eyes, Tempest retort vibrates.
Wait.
Hmm?
I'm gonna turn towards the swamp again.
Turn toward the swamp, and it's swampy. It is meaty red, rust red swamp.
I'm gonna take out the sword.
You take out the sword. It's sort of like its own compass sort of guides its way towards a direction.
Roughly how close could I approximate it? Like how intense is the vibrating?
It's not that intense. It'll be a little bit away.
Oh, that's interesting. What's that, Chris?
But Riley has the Tempest retort out, right?
Correct.
If you've detected something, maybe you could go to it.
That depends. Zia, are you alright with the aesthetics of this area?
She just shrugs and just goes, "Better than the inside of a dungeon."
Sure. I mean, I suppose worst case scenario, we can just teleport out of here. Indeed. There's a piece of the Sunborn somewhere in this swamp. I think I would like to reclaim it.
Very well. I'll try to keep you out in here if you wish to teleport again. Though I do not wish to. She slaps like a horsefly in the neck. It is not the most.
No, I certainly don't blame you. Riley will start sparking and use his fucking bug zapper mode.
Sure. As you zip zap and rush through, make an athletics check.
Athletics.
It still takes you a little while. Even with the double movement speed, the mud is so thick. It's like up to your like mid-thigh to your waist. As you're literally wading in mud, but you're doing it faster. You feel like something like grab you, or maybe that's your imagination. Maybe it was just a root. But like as you're wading through the mud, you cannot see into it. It is rust red. You keep going, and the mangroves, trees, the roots are gnarled. In some instances, they look almost like dead fingers in a way, just like curled into the earth itself, gripping onto something. And then as you keep going, something just grabbed your ankle. But you keep going. And every so often, just it feels like something's grabbing you, and you're not sure what, but it doesn't pull you in, but it just feels creepy. You hear almost like discordant whispering to the left of you, just like some scream or like some death cry. You keep going. Following
Yeah, I'm just following Tempest toward. Although that wasn't my intention. As long as the island is staying where it is, Riley will keep going.
Okay. Chris, are you going with, or are you staying on the island?
I'll take a. Can I take a rock from the island?
You would have a rock on the island.
But oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, true.
Oh
Chris,
yeah, I wasn't sure.
that's funny. We can use the island to teleport, and then we can teleport back on the island to use it to teleport. What the fuck is this game, man?
Oh.
I wasn't sure if Zero had it.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll have the rock. Yeah, then I'll follow Riley.
Sure, you follow Riley.
Is Zia following Riley?
Probably, yeah. She just,
Alright.
like, her flesh is completely exposed and like, wading through really shitty swamp. Maybe she dies of dysentery, she'll come back. Yeah, she starts following. Yeah, the moment you step off the island, you look back, it's gone. And it seems to have just taken a patch of trees with it, actually. But they just, like, as it leaves, there's like an imprint of the mud where it used to be, and it just begins to slowly fill in where the island fused with the landscape for a bit. As you keep going, you keep waiting for another 5 minutes, and something keeps grabbing at your ankles. It's like the swamp is like trying to jump scare you, in a way. You kept going, and like occasionally a body will just rise from the mud itself, and just like a dead eyes looking up at you. But as you keep...
Do you mind? I'm on a mission.
As you keep going and going.
Riley will occasionally look back and make sure the other two are still tailing him.
Yeah, seemingly. They're still, following you. It's, by this hour? Yeah, I guess it is, like, basically approaching nighttime. Yeah, so it is already dark, and as the dark gets worse, like, bugs begin to come out. Fireflies, actually. It's almost beautiful, in a way, and then you get grabbed again. This time it almost pulls you under, and you're, like, chest deep, but you just pull yourself out and keep going. For the next 5 minutes, it's just this suffering, fighting off insects while being pulled by some unknown force or just the mud into the really shit red, like blood red swamp. But then you find a clearing, and the fireflies become like almost an annoyance with the insects, and becomes beautiful in a way. There's like buzzing insects. That's how cold it is. Flowers growing in the middle of winter. What snow on the canopies there are melted here, and there's a completely pristine pond in the middle of this desolate, decrepit swamp. Probably about 30 feet by 30 feet. Doesn't look that deep either.
Now, if this is anything like it was in Granel... what happened when I took the goldfish out of the Granel swamp?
I believe it reverted back to its
Yeah, that's
normal.
what that's what I thought. Riley's just gonna enjoy this area a bit more and make sure the other two get to enjoy it because he knows what's about to happen.
Okay, as the rest of you catch up, Chris, you see a very beautiful pond, and it's like it's weirdly, pun intended, an oasis in the middle of a desert. As Zia gets there too, first time her seeing these types of trees, experiencing mud, and she has, it takes her a while for her to get here because she's wading through all of it poorly. She gets here and sees these bugs for the first time, sees these flowers for the first time. As she takes it all in, as she just sits down, her wounds covered in red mud, a couple bugs on her that she just completely ignores, and she just sits here and relaxes.
Riley will take out his normal fish. You know, he'll take out his dragon bone fishing rod.
Sure.
And then he'll just cast.
Make a fishing check.
I mean,
Oh.
sure.
You fail.
Fuck. God damn it. Ripped me off.
You, if I recall, struggled a bit with the last fish. But now you're experienced. Now you've fished a lot of stuff. You fished a giant ice shrimp. You've killed an undead whale. Caught fish straight from the sky. You throw the rod in, and this is the victory lap. You're not fishing to find a piece of airlock. You're fishing because you like fishing, but the real catch of it, as you pull it up, is a silver giant goldfish, four-finned and just flapping, trying to get off the hook.
Well, it took me over a year, but I found the second pun. I've known you've been kicking around for a while. Alright, get me sword. And Riley will thrust.
Yeah, as you stab it, the meat begins to dissolve off the silver fish and into the sword itself, beginning to entwine itself around the striations of the narwhal blade, and then form a little nodule around the handle of even thicker coral. You know what this one does. You have 3 charges.
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about.
Okay, and your feeling temperature is nearing completion. It's almost the power it was when Airlock died all those years ago.
And I have no leads as to where the last thing could be.
Who knows?
Well, I can feel it. There's only one left. So this is going to be a lifelong look, I think. I don't know if I'm going to be full powered for the fight. Is Tom still up?
The last 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Probably on the cusp of it.
All right. How's the Oasis looking?
The moment you killed the goldfish, the oasis began to fill with mud.
Yep.
The insects can just buzz away, and now you're just being bitten again. The flowers got drowned.
Yep. All right, everyone, stay close to me. I'll zap them away.
Yeah. It is hilarious to watch you use the artifact descended from the gods as like with the most mundane uses ever. Like, I'm gonna blow dry myself. Bugs out. Okay. You just exited the swamp, or trying to?
I guess we should pick a direction and hope we get out of this hellscape. I'm kind of tired of being, I've only been here for 10 minutes and already these things nabbing at my ankles and pissing me off.
Let's try south.
Well, that is towards civilization. Oh yeah, you have a compass. Yeah, let's do that. Hopefully we're not at the northern end of it.
Okay. As you head south for a while, okay, cool. So you're waiting the day, right, for players to get there?
I mean, I guess we were gonna travel on my carpet the whole
Right,
time.
right. Okay,
Like in the
so
direction, I guess I
yeah.
think he might be coming from.
yeah,
I guess towards the city.
it'll cut the time a little bit, but it'll still be several hours before you guys meet up. Okay, as you pick up Celizazo on the carpet, yeah, he's sort of just goes through his notes and he begins like going through like a book that's empty and he begins to like dip ink and quill and write something into it. Just like slowly writing page by page as you're writing along. He sort of just goes, so, you killed this dragon and then put a house in it, and now it's, I guess, your personal chauffeur.
I mean, that was probably the magical item that allowed us to do this. That was probably its intended use, but we've tried to be a bit more respectful than that. He's a friend.
It's the most inventive use of House in the Head I've seen.
Yeah, I'm surprised it worked.
As am I. The magic is quite limited, usually. It's more of a... what's it? Like, it exemplifies the vainness, I suppose, of the older Narset. When, ironically, magic was at its height and at its lowest. When it was more about the biggest, loudest parlor tricks than actual, fundamental, arcane practices. House in the Head is just another one of those. He's build a house instantly. Never mind the fact that they took a real living person and crushed them down into that.
That reminds me, do you know of any way to, I mean, not to be selfish, we do need Polaris for at least the next 50 days. Do you know of a way to free the soul that's bound to this?
You can disenchant the magical item. There is no saving the person that once was, unfortunately, but the animate part of the magical item can be released, though that would also destroy the house itself and the animated magic of the dragon. But yes, what was once of the person that created the House in the Head is gone. But perhaps you can, in that way, show some mercy.
I think we'd like to.
That's very good of you. Many would, give, if they were given a ancient white dragon to, command at the beck and call, I think it would be a tough time to convince them to give that up, especially willingly.
Hopefully there reaches a point after everything goes down where me and the boys can eventually go our separate ways and pursue, what we probably would prefer rather than saving the world. And when that happens, then I think at least I am on board with freeing him.
What is after this? I guess I never asked you many personal questions about the feats that you've performed over the years, but ideally, given we survive and the world still remains intact, what What's life like for Zero after the apocalypse?
Well, back in Sant, where I'm from, I live in a hidden village, and that village has survived purely on allies in the city smuggling food for the tieflings that live there. It's ruled by primarily pure soul dogma in that they unjustly punish tieflings and kill them senselessly. So this town I grew up in is almost like a little refuge for them. And I've done what I can to help keep it afloat over the last year, but I don't want to see them just barely getting by. And I'd like to see a change in the government structure of Sant. And, well, with as much blood as they have on their hands, I think we're past the point of having civil conversations about it and asking nicely. I think I've already had a hand in taking out at least one world leader. I don't plan to act violently if I don't need to, but I will. That's the end game, I guess, if there's a world to come back to after all is said and done.
Yeah, he sort of just stops writing for a bit and just looks out the distance. At this point, it's still the sun is kind of setting, and with the dissipation of some of the clouds at the furthest edges, you can see the tail end of the sun hitting his eyes. Sort of sighs heavily. It is moments and stories like this that remind you that despite the ever-present danger looming above, he sort of points up without really looking, that the world itself is still in some state of broken, and that there are people out there in charge of many lives that only speak the language of violence. And it is, again, times like this that make me understand why Narset has the law that it does, that outside contact cannot be permitted. I'm sure your homeland has many beautiful things, many things to learn, many storied histories and tales of its own, yet for many people that bloodshed is all they will remember. I'm not going to say I encourage regicide, but if violence is the only language they speak, then, well, you speak it well.
How bumpy of a ride is the carpet?
It's pretty smooth. Pretty buttery smooth until you hit something.
When he says that line about it's a language I speak well, I have a bottle of wine that I got from it's in my inventory as a bottle of skin wine. I think we got it from that weird fort where we met that meat creature right outside of the lab, or not lab, but the
in Calbay?
Yeah, in Calbay, after we found the thing that Sylnia raided, that meat fort that was left over, we found a bottle of wine down there, I think, and I took it. So it's this bottle of skin wine. I'm just gonna pop the cork to that, and when he says, "Oh, it's a language you speak well," I'm just gonna pop the cork to that, be like, "Cheers, I'll drink to that, brother." I'll take a swig from the skin wine bottle.
Yeah, and you take a big hefty swig as he sort of smirks, sort of hold out his hand.
I share.
Yeah, you give it to him. He sort of holds it up to being multilingual, and then take the big swig. Yeah, as as you have other conversations, you just take turns taking finishing off that bottle over the course of like a couple of hours. Not telling him that it was found pretty nearby, like the most horrific meat creature I've ever made.
Irrelevant. Fine. Don't worry about
It's a bit off. It's a bit warm.
it.
It's spoiled.
Ew.
Okay, but you continue flying for a couple of hours, and then, over communications, you can find Polaris flying near you over the course of like 4 or 5 hours or so. Okay.
And I guess, through the use of sending, I will contact Polaris and just have him dip low so he can
Scoop you up.
find us.
Sure. Yeah, as dip low, you land so you can all board Polaris as Salazar sort of looks at the dragon. It goes, well, it healed up quite well. Visible scarring, but that's not unusual for ancient dragons.
Yeah, he's in pretty good shape. I'm gonna slap like Polaris's like foot or something, like that fucking meme that's like
Tell them, yeah.
yeah.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Slap
This-
Polaris's leg.
Fits so much HP.
And then we will board Polaris. I do want to ask Polaris. I'm just gonna be like, hey, you didn't have anyone up there giving you any trouble, right? Like, there's dragons in the area.
There was one dragon.
What
It
color
was-
was it?
It was gold.
Oh,
It seemed to approach with the intent to destroy me. But upon a brief conversation, realized that I am no longer the dragon it once knew.
how did that go down?
It seemed to be understanding. And
Did it
left
give
me-
you any warnings?
No. Simply approached, yelled something about me daring show my face here again.
Oh my god.
Then upon realizing that I am in fact dead, it seemed to understand the fact that I am now a servant to better minds, and proceeded to leave me in peace.
Did you get a name?
Balify.
Oh.
Just
So
so
turn this-
spits out a fucking like spit takes. Valify. You meant Valify. Yes.
Is he special?
Let's say the current governing body of Narset is the Magister. It used to be a council of dragons some time ago, when it was initially founded. Disguised, of course. Valify was one of the founding members.
I see. Does he still have like ties in the city with the magistrate?
I don't think so. Or the entire council left at some point. Seemingly just not wishing to be really, at least publicly, to rule over mortals, I suppose. Balify left for his own reasons. But as far as I'm aware, the entire council has been dissolved, and his Magister is now the head of the entire governing body of Narset, but there was a time ago, yes, when it was initially founded. For a brief time, Falafai was a head honcho, I believe is your name, is your word for it. You met him on a whim. Yes, it seems so.
He almost kicked your ass.
Luckily,
Wow.
he seemed to be quite a receptive and understanding fellow.
Do the other dragons respect him?
Falafai? Yes, immensely. At least the metallic ones, but even the chromatic will double think their actions when Falafai is nearby.
Huh.
Seem to be quite reclusive, and golden dragons in general tend to be very not a fan of social gatherings. Falafai doubly so.
Sensed a disturbance in the force. Why is Rotave in my fucking sands?
Basically, just like fucking big smoke coming out of the thing. Came out the wrong neighborhood, bitch.
And Polaris is like, I'm baby. And he's like, oh.
I am baby. Also, I am deceased. I am deceases pieces.
I'm dead, dude! I'm dead!
Jesus. Okay, well, I guess me and Salazar are gonna load up on the dragon and then head back to the city.
Okay.
Who's on the dragon? Is it just Jane?
Just Jane at this point, yeah. Jane, where she is normally now, which is on the 3rd floor staring at the door forever.
Oh no, not forever. That's so sad. Well, okay, I guess I'll go check in on her and see how she's doing, and I want to check on the security system.
Yeah, the security system at this point, complete, actually. I believe, let me try to find that again, because I don't remember exactly the, because it was like a week-ish, 2 weeks-ish, I believe they said it would be, or like 2 weeks, two weeks, been 2 weeks. Security system, I'll find it eventually. Nope, can't find it, but it's in place. I believe it's Chris's chaotic containment, and also like a plain white alarm spell, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, and I can't.
I think there might have been other things.
Yeah, I think there's something else too, but I can't find it no more.
I
Cause
think it was like paralyzing or something.
oh yeah, like a paralyzed spell. What the fuck? Oh, I'll find it, but it is currently active.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're checking in with Jane?
Yeah.
Yeah, she just goes, how was your trip?
It was work related. Had some fun, I guess, but kind of scary.
Yes, I imagine so. I honestly didn't notice this dragon. But maybe I was too focused on something else.
It's a gold one.
Yes.
Well, you've been vigilantly watching the teleportation circle, which we appreciate, but you don't have to anymore now. I think the security system is done, and you have better things to do.
I don't know if I do, honestly. I mean, I don't need to eat or sleep. I need to power off every so often, but I can still see.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. think I've seen a lot of the world already. Enough of the people and the cultures and how I think they might react to me.
Oh yeah, this is Salazazo's first seeing Jane.
True.
Oh yeah. I guess yeah. If he follows me upstairs, I'll introduce him to Jane.
Yeah, and he'll like find his way upstairs eventually. Yeah, and Silas also rises up the steps and sees kind of interrupts at least in presence the conversation you two are having. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to stop you from speaking.
You're good.
Hello, my name is Sarazazo. As Jane sort of just walks up and holds out the wired hand that she had that you used to manipulate, not the gun hand. My name is Jane. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jane. I've heard some inklings of your people, and I wish to congratulate you on your newfound free will. It is a blessing and a curse, as I'm sure you will discover soon. I am discovering many things lately, but yes, I'll take your words into consideration. Thank you. My pleasure. Yes, two very weird, awkward people up here. So, do I take a room or do I just, I don't wish to intrude on your spaces. You have a couch or
you can take Chris's room.
Okay, well, which one is, yeah, as you guide him towards Chris's room.
Does Chris have any fuck shit in his room? Like anything that somebody might mess with?
The air is vibrating with uncertainty.
I hate that.
He walks in, it's like, there is something wrong here.
Chris just meditates in that space. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's a vibrating space. Of all the year long where Chris has been meditating, it's just been slowly tearing a hole in reality. It's just oh, that's your bed now. Don't worry about it. Thinking out of I imagine it won't be long before we get back to the city, but it's quite the marvel that you've created here. Many marvels you've done.
Yeah, well, it's I as accomplished as I feel, it's sad what we've had to do to get here.
Yes, yes, I imagine the path here was fraught with tragedy. The fourth room in particular, I imagine.
What do you say?
The fourth room in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps this is too much of a question that if you do not feel need to answer, but your companion, friend, do you think what she did was worth it in the end?
Yeah. I think she gave life to a whole new group of people who have the chance at their own free will and choice to get to be whoever they want to be and not have to be used as tools. And it's helping us to also disarm the enemy to some way. But yeah, I can see why she did it.
I think I agree. The apparatus and the two arms of the invaders, they are different in a way. The corruption and the biospawn are organic. They have the base ingredients for life and free will already, but not the apparatus. Like golems, they are infused with instructions and, well, that's it. It is a tool being told to work. Someone had to do it to give them the chance that the other two never had. Or already had, sorry. Sad, but yes. Worth it. Sorry, and it's not my business.
You're
I'll
good.
be back.
Thinking about I guess, do people change in the world? Stagnancy. Anyway, sorry, to me to take much more of your time. I will
You're
sit
fine.
here quietly.
Where is he referring to? Where's here?
He ignores the rift in time, space-time, and sits on the floor, like seemingly not wanting to touch anything. Not sure whether because he's afraid of the the tear in the space-time continuum, or he just doesn't want to touch any Chris's stuff. Also, I found it, by the way. Plain white alarm, Chris's chaotic containment, and targeted dispel magic.
I see.
Yeah.
How much was it for the Atneys to identify something again?
Good question. I think it was like 100 gold or something. Like, it wasn't that bad.
I guess while we're here in the house, I do want to ring the bell.
Sure. You ring the bell.
Yeah.
The curtains fall open, and because it's like pretty much nighttime, the Annies are there. As you walk in.
Hey.
Hey!
I have something for you to identify.
Sure, I can do that. Part of my vast and expansive repertoire.
And I'm gonna give him the staff.
Sure. Yeah, he goes. He gives it. You give the staff the sort of gold snake, like viper staff. He'll hold it in his hand. I'll get to work identifying this right quick. He eyes it up. 20 seconds later, he just hands it to Rupor. Rupor, identify this. As Rupor holds it, like the barest glimmer of flash in his eyes, and then he looks a little surprised. Hands it back to Theopor, who hands it back to you. He kind of sits there silently for a bit, and then turns back to you. Well, I've identified. You are holding quite the item. That's something called a Staff of Worldly Envenomment. Seems to be based in some mythological creature. Called. He sort of looks towards Rupor, who just stares at him for 10 seconds. Who turns back to you. Jessica Haran? Jessica Haran. Jessica Haran. The serpent that envenoms the world. Apparently. I don't know what that is. But it seems to make your spell casting a little better. Well, a lot better, depending. I was going to give that to everyone's handouts in magic items.
Can't wait to see how broken this is.
5d12 poison damage.
Holy shit. That's pretty good.
I'm kind of confused. What does it do? Like, I'm reading it, but I mean, like, the venom produce...
When you cast, you use charge, and you get higher level spell.
Pretty much. It just, it can only affect whatever you choose the target to be. So, like, one of those three. So, like, if you're casting Dispel Magic or something the fuck, if you chose the target to be magic, you can cast it as a higher level. Pretty much using charges from the staff.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if you target biology, or whatever the fuck, like anything that would affect another living creature, you can use the staff charges to basically increase the level. But you only have one target at a time, so you can't, target a creature with a damaging thing, increase the level, and then also spell magic and increase level. It has to be one or the other. When you long rest, right? Yeah, short or long rest is when you choose a target. So in theory, you can cast like 2 9th level spells in a day. It just, one of them has to be like a lower level. Then you can bump up the
Yeah, I'm back.
Hi. New magic item. In the handouts, identified by the Atnes, the staff that you got from Nefract.
Okay.
So if I kept this would allow me to cast spells I otherwise would never have the ability to cast at that level.
You can upcast spells.
It's upcasting.
Yeah, so you
right,
need
so I'm saying, but I don't have anything past a 3rd level spell slot naturally. So I'm saying this would give me the ability to cast something at a higher level.
Correct. Yep.
That I normally would not have access to.
Correct. Yep. It ignores the it ignores the requirement. If you need to have the spell slot, like no. If you have a 3rd level spell, you want to upgrade to 9. Yeah, spend all 6 charges. Or spend 6 charges, you get 7. So yeah. Just
This would also be really good for Riley because I could do mass cure wounds.
That's true.
Yeah.
That said, Riley could also just get the lightning rod and have big fuck you damage.
Yeah. Actually, the lightning rod. It's only spells you cast. So yeah, up to him.
It's the staff of worldly envenomment.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't even know what any of my spells upcast would look like, because I don't have the ability to upcast any of them.
Yeah, some spells you can't. Some you can. What can you hear that has? I'm thinking upcast.
Spirit Shroud.
Invisibility. You can target more than one creature. Yeah, honestly, most of your spells don't really have an upcast. Jesus. Major imagery make a permanent illusion at 6th level.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Yeah. So I'm like, this will be good for any of you, pretty much. But it does require attunement.
fuck am I even attuned to
Oh.
right now? I don't remember if I attuned to my frost brand or not.
It might be good for Riley in terms of healing.
Yeah, that's what you were saying too.
Yeah,
We
several
still need to
levels.
see what Riley has with the rod.
That's true.
True.
Yeah,
Maybe
right
I
now
want
my
that
tune-
more.
Yeah, right now my attunement slots are taken up by the Helm of Teleportation. I attuned to Lightning Wand for that fight. With what's her name? What's her name?
Nefract?
Yeah, Nefract. And then the Agony Lash is what I'm attuned to right now.
So you don't have a anti-scry amulet on.
No, not while we were in Narset, because I figured we're in Narset.
Oh.
Because they have, like, their whole country has, like, a built-in anti-scry, doesn't it?
In some locations.
Okay. Well,
The important locations. Okay. Yeah, but he sort of hands that to you. Just goes, "Yep, never seen that before. That's new to me. Where'd you find that?"
well, you know. Just lying around.
Yeah, just went dumpster diving. Just went.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
In some old hut under some boxes and trash.
Yep, sounds like adventure in life to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite the item there.
Do you want to know where I got it?
Hmm?
Do you really want to know where I got it?
Yeah, I mean items like that would be great selling.
Me and the boys. Well, the boys aren't anymore, but we are in Narset right now. And we defeated a previously thought to be dead necromancer queen type of person who had this very difficult. She opened up the sky and it poured down demons, so it wasn't easy.
But when you said you got your in Narset, for the first time in the last year and a half that you've known the Adneys, Rupor visibly reacts to information.
But he should have already known, because Riley has been selling them Dragonbone shit.
I guess to Orville, but not directly to them, I don't think, right?
I think it's Orville.
No. I sent to the Atneys and said, "Hey, we're in Narset. Do you want anything?"
Yeah, that does sound familiar.
And they said Dragonbone, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, I can do that." And now they got it.
True. That does sound familiar. I did forget that then.
Well, I feel like it's fair that Rupor might react that way because Theoport might not have told him. I don't know.
Yeah, Rupor still reacts. Because you're in Narset.
Maybe he thought we were kidding.
Maybe a little bit.
Does
Yeah.
Yabedi react?
Hmm?
Does Yabedi react?
Yabedi is currently not here, I think. He's asleep in the back. Even if he did, I don't think he cares. And even if he did care, I don't think he's smart enough to figure out know what Narset is. Orville would be impressed. Yeah. The war search goes, "Well, you've found a way into Narset somehow. How'd you get in?
Asked nicely.
Please?
No, I said we asked nicely.
Please?"
That's how we got in. We asked nicely.
Do they take +2s?
Probably not yet. Yet. Oh, maybe that'll change eventually.
No, shame. It's probably a lot of cool stuff in our set we can have Quincy go and get. Also, kind of wanted to visit our set anyway. A lot of anomalies there. I think. Probably. My guess is there.
I have a couple of other things actually now that I think about it. I have a potion that I picked up from the tavern in our set, the one I guess where I almost took drugs and I didn't take drugs. I think it was that one, right? Pocket sand. I'm not trying to check the pocket sand. I have a potion that just says potion red clay.
Potion. Oh, it's probably like a red clay, um, like container, I guess.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you identify that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's another 100 gold from you.
Yeah.
As the report goes, with the power of my magic, I'll identify this potion. He begins focusing, hands it to Rupor, whispers, "Rupor, identify this." At the back, as he thinks it over, his eyebrows sort of raise. Ah, aren't we the naughty one? Sort of hands it back to you. You found a filter of love.
Oh. What does
Yep.
that mean?
Well, if someone imbibes that, the next creature they see, they will become irrevocably falling in love with, assuming they are attracted to them or could be attracted to them.
Permanently?
For 10 minutes.
Oh. Still, that's crazy. Okay. Okay, let me see. I have 3 bone daggers. I think I got these in our set. I don't remember where. Right below it is when I got the aquaflies, so I'm thinking it was before, we met that guy who was selling the pets. But, can I give him the bone daggers and see how much he'll give them to me before he give me for them?
Sure. Like, because they're just small bits of bone, but because they're a dragon bone, probably like 25 gold per pop. A normal dagger is like 2 gold.
And then, what about this black acid bone dagger? I mean, had you already told me like what that does? Just like acid damage additional?
Black acid bone dagger.
Yeah.
Oh, it's might be from a. Okay. Yeah, I think we just a dagger that did like an additional like 1d4 acid or something.
Okay. I'll keep that. I don't think. Oh, I have those 4 rust drake eggs.
I sell them. You're gonna sell them to a.
I want to see how much he wants for them. And I'll cast. I guess I have major illusion now. Or what spells do I have for illusion? I guess major image. If I can cast major image and I'm going to show him one of those rust drakes full grown, what it looked like when we saw them. I'm assuming these are still alive and not dead eggs.
No idea. You are not
Maybe
a
I'll show
foremost
him.
expert on rust drakes.
That's fair. I'll show him and be like, well, if these do hatch, this is what it was.
Yeah, he sort of looks at the entire thing, and they're sizable. You know, like they're man-sized drakes. He just goes, well, native species from our set? How can I say no? How many eggs you got? 4? 4 eggs?
Yeah.
Per egg, I will give you 250 gold. For a grand total of 1k.
No deal. This is a native species to Narset, which you may potentially never set foot in. I'm no deal.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm not good at those.
300.
Times 4, what's that, 1200? Nah. I'll just raise them and breed a small army and make them an invasive species on the mainland.
$500 final deal.
What are you gonna do with them?
Breed them and raise an army.
Inside check that.
Make an insight check. There's a part of him that's joking, like totally joking. There's a part of him that's not. Like, you gather that he's probably not gonna do that. But if he could, he kind of wants to.
I'll give him 2 of them.
Okay, for 1,000.
For 1,000 of that? Oh, I
Total.
guess, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just give him 2 eggs. So just goes, they're hefty eggs, and as he grabs them, like the rust kind of like puffs up. He's kind of spitting and coughing. Rupor, hold these. Rupor holds them as he just stands there silently contemplating his life. Very well, and he gives you a sack of 1,000 gold. 2 for you, 2 for me. Together, we'll ruin the mainland's ecosystem.
Cheers. I'll drink to that, brother.
Actually, if you got the same clutch, wouldn't that be? Never mind. I don't want to think about that.
Just don't think about it too hard.
Think about it too hard. Well, anything else we got?
Oh, I commissioned an item. It was probably only about a day ago. I'm not sure how many more days were needed for it. Did Orville tell you about it, the collar?
Yes, this afternoon.
Oh, okay, so yeah, it was today.
Yep.
How much time will you need for that?
Another like day or two.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rush order it.
How much more is that going to cost me?
How much would you pay for this actually? Let's see.
I haven't paid him yet. I don't think I paid him yet.
Oh yeah, yeah, you haven't paid him yet. He's commissioned it. Search goes. Well, I was gonna probably sell it to you for probably about like 200. So if you want me to rush order it, let's call another 100 on top of that. Now.
Okay. How long can you, or how soon can you have it done by?
Probably in the morning.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. You hand him 100 gold. He sort of just puts on some goggles, and then he goes. He looks. He claps his hands, puts on some gloves. He looks to Rupor, like, Rupor, you're not sleeping. Make that. As he takes off the goggles and gloves. I'm gonna go to bed after this.
Excellent. Do you, I guess while I have you here, I gave you that sword about a year ago. Do you still have it?
You want me to disenchant it, right?
Had I told him to do that?
I thought so.
Like, I know I considered it heavily, but I don't remember if I ever gave them the instruction to.
I feel like you did, but at the same time I don't remember. And at the same time I feel like maybe you didn't. Oh, you didn't.
I think Zero just told them to hold on to it for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
that's
remember. I think we actually already we gave it to them a year ago. We actually came back and it was still there, and they're like, "Yeah, this thing is just haunting us." I seem to remember something like that. Like,
Yeah.
We wake up and we look at it and we get this sense of dread.
Yeah, I remember they were holding on to it and you came back for a second thing. I was like, I thought during that meeting you're like disenchanted, but I could be wrong. But I feel like I'm outvoted, and it's like I feel like it's like you haven't told them, you just told them to hold on to it again. So there you go. Yep. That's it. Just still
Do
got
I
it.
know what that sword does yet? I mean, I know by now they identified it, but we don't have like a magic item sheet for it yet or
Nope.
anything.
I just wanted to into it.
I have to attune to it. Ugh, you suck. They
Identifying
didn't
it's
tell
like
us what it could do.
they identifying. They're like it's a creepy ass sword with the soul of a serial killer in it.
Listen, we got a big fight coming up. I'm just gonna take it with me. I have to attune to it. Oh my god. Okay. I'll take it and I just want to know what it does. I'm just curious.
Okay, you're gonna tune to it.
No, I'm not gonna attune to it. I'm just gonna take it with me right now.
Okay.
Put it with my stuff in the bag.
As you take it with you, the chill of the black metal handle around it sort of like freezes your hand for a bit as you just stuff it in the bag. Just shup, go into the bag. As he sort of just goes, finally, I can sleep at night without whispers in my ear.
The things they do for their customers.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does dual wielder work with this now? Because if I did attune to this and I was to wield it, it just says you can use 2-weapon fighting even when oh, it has to be a one-handed melee weapon. Never mind.
Yeah, I believe it is a great sword.
Yeah, it is a great sword.
Yeah. Which, because it's not a finesse weapon, sneak attack won't apply either.
Yeah,
But maybe do something else cool.
I'll check it out.
Maybe, I don't know. I generally don't. It's been a while. I don't remember what it does.
Well, it's strong.
You're strong. Yeah, like your strength is high enough. You're actually
16 strength.
yeah, you're actually decent enough to actually be able to use strength weapons like pretty decently.
Yeah, I'll just take it for now. I guess after I get it, I will. That'll be it for me.
All right. As he hands you the sword as the final offering, I suppose. So it just goes. Well, that's a good round of transactions, and also the bane of my nightmares gone. He looks screams back at Rupor like, Rupor, see what I have to deal with? Nightmares daily. You don't have to sleep tonight. You can see in like Rupor's eyes as he looks up, stares at the wall, contemplates murder for a bit, and then goes back to his work. Alright, well, that's it for me tonight. Unless you have more money to give me.
Nah.
Alright, he just leaves.
I'll also leave.
As you exit, you exit to find Jane and Salzazo actually at the dining table, just having a conversation, seemingly about Narset itself and like what the people and history is like there. And Salzazo is more than happy to explain it to Jane.
And Polaris has been flying this whole time, right? Like he's taking us back to the city.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else you want to do for the night?
Nope. I think I will probably take my rest and wait till I get to the city.
Okay. And the boys, you were walking south from the red swamp you're in, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, it's still earlier in the day, so the sun is probably beginning to set, or has set just then. Okay. Okay. As you head south, all of you make survival checks. Both of you make
All
No
survival checks.
ranger. Yep.
All of you. Damn. Okay. 0. You successfully navigate to your bed.
Snore me me me.
Yeah. Chris. Yeah, you have no idea where you are. You probably have a good idea, honestly, but like you don't know how to navigate swamp, and this swamp's weird as the swamps go. Riley, you were tugged at for a while, and you've gotten used to it. You managed to navigate pretty decently south. You eventually find a river, which is the main reason why you're able to navigate south at all. You just follow the river south. The river is blood red. It's like someone was bled in it, and the river itself is like decently wide. You could probably cross it if you wanted to, but it's not like, you know, super deep. But it looks like, yeah, blood red. It doesn't look like blood. It looks like someone was bled in it. And occasionally you just see a body float by.
Does it look like it? Does it cross over to like less or like more agreeable terrain?
No, honestly.
Oh, then I'm just gonna keep following it.
Yeah, you just keep following it. But every so often a body would just float by. Like one humanoid, seemingly like some sort of halfling, completely stripped naked. But most of them are just like animals, like deer, like a wolf of some kind, and then some sort of elk, a bear. You're not sure if this is actual bodies or you're just hallucinating, or
Did
this
they
is some
look fresh?
weird.
Did they look fresh?
Weirdly, yes. They look all freshly killed. But we keep heading south unperturbed. You've seen weirder, but as night falls, even that like sight begins to like fade into just just grayscale vision. As night falls, it is completely black, and every so often you see like what almost like glowing yellow eyes in the distance or something, or just some scratch in the distance. The entire place is like a big spooky jump scare fest. With the drop of light, Zia has to hold onto your shirt, Riley, to just hope that you're navigating correctly because she can't see anything.
Right. I'll throw up tongues real quick. And I'll ask, yeah, I forgot, right? Can't see as well as we can. Do you want to call it a night? I'm starting to see really weird shit anyway.
Could I cast light on some sort of like branch or something?
Chris, why don't you cast Magnificent Mansion so we can retire?
Well, let me see first. Can I detect magic in our area?
You guys detect magic. The entire swamp is magical.
Oh, it's another one of these situations. Oh, well, then perhaps I'm not seeing weird shit. There is weird shit. Wonder what those strange pair of eyes looking at us are. Are they still there?
Yeah, you're looking around, and it's like no matter where you're looking at, there's like some pair of eyes looking at you.
Yeah, this place sucks.
Can I detect magical entities?
You can detect magic. They just generally detect magic.
Maybe we could, yeah. Should we keep going?
Well, Zia, what do you think?
She sort of just goes, looks up at you. Riley. Just soaked. Or like her shoes probably went missing. She has no shoes. She was barefoot. But like miserable looking, covered in mud. Her just like there's bugs crawling into her open flesh. No.
Of all the places the random island could have spit us out, it's here. This is so unfortunate. You know what? Hold on. Riley's gonna cast Tiny Hut as a ritual.
Okay. And cast
And
Tiny
then, yep, cast Tiny Hut.
Yeah, the mud doesn't really get pushed back, but it just lock the mud you have currently inside. But it is warmer at the very least, and you're not like freezing and bedraggled.
I'm gonna ring that bell.
You ring the bell. Ironically, I think this happens before Zero gets there.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, as you ring the bell, yeah, Rupor's in there, just like having just gotten back from traveling, seemingly like in the midst of changing. Oh hey.
Wait, you said Rupor, or but I seem to be greeted by Theapor.
Oh, they're both there. Sorry.
Okay.
They're never that far from each other.
Oh, hello, Brother Zasny.
Brother Zanny, 'tis I.
am looking for more diamond dust. Do you happen to have any?
Always, since you're our best customer. Always have Quincy run up and grab any he sees.
I wonder how he does it. Well, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, I'll take well, first, how much do you have in stock?
Oh, we got a fresh batch in, actually, not that long ago. About 500.
Yeah, I'll take 300 of that.
300, okay. Yep, hands you a big bag of diamond dust, as if he's already pre-portioned them, because you asked for them so much. Oh, there you go. 300 gold from you, thank you.
Perfect, thank you very much indeed. Do you have anything like a scroll of cleaning or something?
I mean, I guess prestidigitation, the cantrip?
That would be nice to have.
Sure.
That works on people, right?
Yeah, it's one of them's like, it's one of them's like you're like a junior mage and you're just learning to use magic for the first time. It's like a household spell. I think prestidigitation. It heats up, chill stuff. It can make smells. It can clean.
It's like mending, but it does more than that.
Yeah, except it doesn't mend. It just kind of it conveniences.
Can bards learn from scrolls?
No.
I don't know.
Nope, you can
No?
cast
Okay.
from scrolls, but you can't.
Oh, okay, that's what. Okay, so yeah, I'll just take the scroll then.
Okay, well that's a
Okay.
cantrip. So
Yeah, can I even learn that and use it?
I don't know actually. I don't know if you actually learn cantrips from scrolls. I think that's one of the. I could be wrong, but that's a question. No edit. I feel like you might be able to, but at the same time, I don't know if you can, because the cantrips are like one of those weird things where it's like, oh, you don't want. The game doesn't want you to have too many. Okay. What the fuck? Where the hell is it? I don't know where it is no more. Oh, you might be able to actually. It just says you can copy spell scroll, and these are spell scrolls, so yeah, I guess you can just learn every cantrip in the game with enough money.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Oh, how much is this gonna run me?
It's a cantrip, so it's not that powerful, and honestly, you know how many people bought these things in the past like year?
A lot of people?
No, like 2.
Oh,
Because apparently when you have like a vast assortment of more powerful and useful scrolls, people don't really want to get the cantrips, where they just
Yeah.
have them. So
yeah, I'm kind of in a position where I need magic cleaning done, so,
Well.
you
you're in luck. We are inundated with cantrip scrolls. So prestidigitation to clean someone up, that'll be 50 gold.
You got 2 of those?
I have 9.
Oh, I'll take 2 then.
Here's 3.
Oh, bards can copy scrolls?
No, but I can cast through them.
Oh, okay.
Wait, is he just giving me an extra one because he wants this fucking shit cleared?
He went to grab 2 and he got a third one accidentally and just does not give a shit.
Alright. Well, I mean, if you're not hurting for the stock, then I don't mind cheaping you out on this one.
I think it takes Brewpor like 2 hours to make like 10 of these. So, no.
Alright, yeah, sure, I'll take that. Thanks.
Sure. 3. 100 gold.
Do you have
Transferred.
heavy duty cleaning
Oh,
spells?
you're here too. Jeez.
Wow. What, you heard all that?
I jumped in.
Just
Well,
bursting,
then-
covered in mud and shit. Heavy duty cleaning.
Well, here, I'll throw Chris one of the scrolls and say, here, go ahead, learn this if you want. Riley's heading back and he's gonna clean up in there. And then throw some dust in Zia's face again.
Okay. Yeah, as you throw dust, she's basically fully formed now. You can see like the dark skin forming around the her body. She's, when she's not completely skinless, kind of pretty.
Hell yeah. Riley's getting the bag.
I've never seen you this excited about anything in my life.
Dude, immortal girlfriend. This is fucking awesome. Are you kidding me?
Or
True.
an elf too.
Imagine being an elf and meeting someone that'll outlast you.
Right?
Okay, Chris, you are looking for heavy duty something?
Yeah, heavy duty cleaning.
I mean, honestly, the prestidigitation spell does a pretty good job at just kind of like filtering away dirt, grime, dust.
Is there like a power wash,
Scroll of power washing.
water jet?
You can control water or create water.
What level
Yeah,
is
the
that?
control water elf just walked out.
Does any of those spells sound up to your code?
What levels control water?
Control water is 4th level.
I think I'm good with that. I think I'm just good with this cantrip. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that'll be 50 gold for the cantrip.
Okay. See a Betty in for a ball.
He can be in for a bomb if you want him.
Sure.
Boom, he just picks up like an apple, throws it at Yebetti's room. Yebetty! Fucking Yebetti walks out like bleary-eyed and tired. He sort of just walks, just like waddles up to the front, like just like rubbing the dust out of his eyes. Dust, not even like grime and gunk. Dust.
Bomb.
He perks up immediately. What bomb?
Do you have the bomb chart?
I do. It's quite the word sandwich. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in pinned too, but you know, I'll post it a second time just in case.
It's a lot of bomb.
It's a
Holy
lot of
shit.
them. It's 3 components. It's just the list of components. It's frame, the explosive, and the element. The frame is just the delivery mechanism. The explosive is how big the actual explosion, or how forceful it is, or how easy it is to avoid. And then the element is like extra effects on top of it. I also made this. It's like one of my first homebrew too, I think. So it's like it's probably real shit. God, I made this 5 years ago. Holy shit.
Okay, maybe I'll come back for the bomb. I will come. I'll make a decision. You can go back to sleep.
You've never seen your Betty look so insulted in his life. Like, you got woken up, you see, you get excited for bomb, and you're like, nah, later. He. Chris, make an insight check. There's a part of you that believes you just gained a new nemesis. You're not sure how true that is, but your Betty looks at you with absolute disgust, doesn't say anything, and just walks back to his room.
Wait. Maybe we'll get something. Just maybe a small one. How would I get a proximity one?
Proximity 700 gold. How big do you want the explosion?
15 feet.
15? Okay, so that's an extra 150.
And then I can add an extra 1d10 maybe.
Extra 1d10, so that's 2d10, so that's 400. On top of that. How big DC?
I think just the regular.
Okay, so 12, so that's 100, so that's any elements? Probably not. Just a plague, you Betty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think no element at the moment.
Okay, so 700 plus the extra 150, so that's 850. Plus just the extra things, so 400, 1,500 base, so that's 1150.
That's including with the cantrip.
Oh, that should be if 1,200 flat.
Okay. Okay, I'll pay that then.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, as your Betty wordlessly makes the bomb, sort of looks at the bomb, looks back towards you as he hands you this pyramid-shaped device made of like this like steel slag almost. 3 little tendrils with like almost like cartoonish like googly eyes on them emerge from the each like flat side of the pyramid. Hands it to you. Forgiven.
I bow to him.
You bow as he looks at you with I won't say pity, but just like fine. You get away with this time. As he walks back to his little station in the back corner and goes back to sleep.
I'll come back later for a bigger one.
Yeah, there's a deep there. Right. Well, you found a way to insult your Betty. I think that would be a possibility.
He just needs some fish.
True. Well, anything else I can get you?
I think that's all.
All right, so that's 1,200 total. Well, pleasure doing business with you. Who knows? Maybe I'll see the other one later on tonight too.
Probably. Currently, we're in a red, bloody swamp full of dead bodies and yellow glowing eyes.
Next, you're gonna tell me you're Narset.
We were on Narset,
Oh, I know.
and then we went on a teleporting island that brought us to this random swamp.
You live a more interesting life than I do.
Riley has remembered something. He'll walk back in. Are you guys talking about how we were in Narset and now we're in Meyerstead? I forgot. I picked up something while we were in Narset that I want you to have a look at.
Weirdly specific, but yes, actually. Yeah.
Riley will hand him the rod.
So you hand him the rod. Oh,
Yeah.
Identification. All right. Been a while since I've done this. Focus my powers, Rupor. He hands it to Rupor, who stares at it, hands it back. All right, so, hey, nice. In case any of you guys die, this is a rod of resurrection.
I think we should probably give this to the immortal.
Is the immortal a cleric, druid, or paladin?
I don't know what she is, actually. I should ask her.
Well, if she's not, can't attune to it.
Oh, well, we aren't cleric, druids, or paladins either.
Oh. Well, that's an issue for you now, isn't it?
We know a cleric.
Oh, we certainly do. And she probably hates the idea of using this to just resurrect. Probably turn us into skeleton army or something.
Actually, we know several clerics.
Well, if you give in to one of them, honestly, I don't think they would shirk the ability to have one of these. I mean, like, the ability to revive someone from the dead is pretty good, and it's not like revivify either. Revivify is a cheapo spell by comparison. This is resurrection, meaning if you're dead in the last century, you're coming back.
Interesting.
So, yeah, find yourself a good cleric, or druid, or paladin, someone that likes to, falls one of the 10, probably, or something, I don't know.
Can it be any creature?
If they can attune to stuff and they're a cleric, druid, or paladin.
Oh, I mean, can it be any creature that you revive?
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Just a creature that was dead within the last 100 years.
Do you think Gemma counts as dead?
Well, part of the, thing with, revivification is that the soul has to be willing.
Okay,
Or
yeah,
available.
never mind. Never mind. Jenna's definitely gone then.
But yeah, that's, even if you can't use it yourself, that's a powerful tool to have.
Gee.
Listen. We'd have to go all the way back up to Altus. Somewhere halfway through the steam line. It's just not... It's fine. I've forgiven myself. I'm alright. I'm good.
Gordon.
That's exactly who I was thinking of.
Who, Gordon?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
You know where his foot is.
Alright. Perfect. Now we just need a cleric.
Fun fact, because there's no way you're going to know this ever, because you don't know her character sheet. Claudine is a thief rogue, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things about the thief rogue is that because they steal a bunch of shit, one of their class features is they ignore any class restrictions for magical items.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah, so use magic device. You've learned enough about the workings of magic that can improvise the use of magics even when they are not intended for you. You ignore all class, race, and level requirements on the use of magic items.
Level requirements? Holy shit.
I generally don't know why that's there because I do not know of any magical items that have a level requirement.
Oh.
But I'm sure they exist. I just don't know any. And I've been playing this for a while and looking at a lot of items.
Wait,
yeah. She'd be insulted
Wait.
if we used it on Gordon.
wait.
We could use it on her father?
I know. I'm like, wait, that finger was that actually her dad's? Do you think it must not have been because the Courtesan Queen said he'd been dead for a long time, and that was like a fresh finger. But
It could have just been frozen.
yeah. Wait,
The ring is preserving.
Simon, what have you done?
Wait a minute.
We give any plot
This
device
is-
in the
Oh no!
Is it a one-time use item?
It's a potentially one-time use item
Interesting.
Make a
because
roll for it.
We can have our cake and we can eat it.
it has 5 charges, right?
Mhm.
One of the things it can do is I have to hand out in all. It's in there now, right above the staff rule development. Has 5 charges, right? You can cast 1 charge to cast heal, which is pretty good healing already, or you can spend all 5 charges to use resurrection. And if you spend all charges, then you have to roll the d20 on a 1. It disappears. So
Okay, I see. So it's like the rod of lightning. This is fine. We can send message to Claudine and say, "Hey, get yourself a cleric. We can bring your dad back."
No, she doesn't need a
Or
cleric.
she
She
can
can do
use
it.
it.
Yeah, but we
herself.
don't know. We don't know that she can use it herself. That information is not privy to us.
I thought he just told you.
Simon just
I
told
guess
us.
we don't know about her character sheet. Is what he said. Right. You're right.
yeah,
Sorry.
because like there's no way you would know that Claudine would be able to use this rod.
Gotcha.
So me as a DM is telling you that is a possibility.
Like low key having, because I'm assuming that at the end game fight, Claudine might potentially be there, right? Having 2 of the hardest to hit characters on the board be like partial, tiny little bit healers is kind of like clutch.
What, you mean like Merrick or Claudine?
No, me and Claudine.
Oh.
Me because I just
Oh,
got
right,
the
because you took
healing
that feat thing. Yeah.
and then Claudine with this staff. I mean, I don't really know what's Claudine's AC, 7.
17, because she doesn't have any magical shits.
What do you
Yet.
mean 17 because she doesn't have any magical shit? I'm 17 with all the magical shit.
Yeah, but she maxed out her dexterity, so
Oh.
We'll give her some armor and get her up higher, and we will both be the hard to hit rogues that have a little bit of healing. So when our actual healer goes down, we can like bring him back up real quick.
yeah, she doesn't have dual wielder. She's not using magical armor either. So
We'll get her some magical armor.
she likes to fight with one hand open, so she can steal while fighting.
There's nothing to steal in the end game fight.
You can also throw caltrops or something on the ground, or like acid vials or something. I don't know.
What are we, fucking level 5? Come on, bitch. Dual wield.
Smoke screen.
I guess.
Yep, but yeah, Rite of Resurrection. So now, even when you die, you can still come back and be a nice, loyal customer.
Chris, don't take that as permission to be even, like, more reckless. We will not revive you.
Why not?
Because you could have just not done the thing that got you killed in the first place. Okay, listen. If you die on the battlefield, we'll kill you, or we'll revive you. If you die in any other context, that's it.
If you die on the battlefield, it will kill you.
What if it's old age?
What if it's what?
Old age.
Listen, if you're going to die of old age, oh yes, that's right, you are going to die of old age. Listen, don't you have a clone?
In the works.
Then you don't need to worry about that, do you?
Maybe I can save it.
Well then, why are you even asking me? Listen, if you got a clone, and then you take over that clone, you're still gonna live, like, longer than I am.
I guess that's true. I just wanted options.
We'll think about options later. None of us can even use this thing, so we have to find somebody who can. Guess we could go bother Deirdre.
Oh. Sounds like you got that sorted out. Anything else you need from me?
Nope, I think that's it. I'm gonna go clean up now.
Alright. Thank you for visiting. What's Orville? Thank you for visiting Rupor Emporium, the Potions Importance. Look, long day.
You guys should probably just shorten your title anyway.
No. Why would we do that?
To make it easier to sign off.
That trademark.
Yeah, but yeah, marketing. It's like, simplify. What's the word for corporatizing? I can't believe Riley is advocating for this. You know how every logo is the worst thing in existence now?
You went from like a recognized logo to just like kind of like two shapes with colors.
Yeah. I don't know what the word for that is.
Look, this store is supposed to appeal to the highbrow and heavy of pocket. Okay. So we need a fancy ass title to facilitate that.
Well, it's worked so far, so never mind. Maybe you write it down on like a prompter or something so you can...
Oh, just have a little scrolling screen with all the words at the back?
Can you do that?
Probably. Real poor, can we do that?
Actually, that sounds like something Silnia could do, so maybe you could as well.
Maybe we'll hit up Silnia.
Can I be part of the ad campaign?
Sure. You work for free?
I could probably feature on a flyer or something.
Oh yeah, put a known war criminal on your flyer. I'm sure that will attract customers.
Yeah, you know,
we
on
need
second
to do
thought,
something. We need to do something about that, actually.
I've never been in a war.
Chris, we are, we're kind of responsible for the death of a king. So, we need to make sure that it's painted in a positive light so that we don't get hunted to the ends of the earth.
It's like Chris, it's just like, you're a war criminal. It's like, but I've never been in a war.
Most war criminals haven't.
It's just fucking... the fucking line from Last of Us. It's like, oh, you're paranoid and schizophrenic like him. And it's like, I'm not schizophrenic. Just like, paranoid, yes. War criminal? No. Criminal, yes. Yeah, maybe having a very wanted mage on our ad campaign. Not the best idea.
Yeah.
Look, my lips are sealed. Not like they can find us here anyway. Right? Looks around like nervously, right?
We got our anti-scry amulets on. Nobody can find us.
That's true. I guess you can't really scry on other planes. Well, if you don't need anything else from me, I'm gonna go prepare for bed.
Me too, I think.
Yep, Rupert got a long day ahead of him. He's gonna get a nice long rest. A lot of Venus flytraps or something that were like attacking him today.
I mean, that's not dissimilar from all the horseflies we had to deal with. And by deal with, I mean zap with my electricity.
Oh yeah. Yep, so wants to do that to you. Worst, my least favorite terrain.
What's your
Yeah.
favorite?
And this one's Swamp of the Dead. Very cool. Hate it.
Oh, you're in Meyerstead. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're in Meyerstead.
Oh yeah. That's bad. At least Quincy's found a way to get through. Probably some oil he smears on him that like it keeps with the bugs and like well the weird thing kind of doesn't stop, but the bugs.
Is that a Quincy thing only, or do you sell something of the sort?
I can raid his room and then sell it to you.
Yeah, if you could find the exact thing, that would be. I mean, sucks to be him, but he can get more.
Yeah, you can get more. He starts going to his employee's room, picks up his personal ass belongings and sells to sell to his customers. Picks up like a brick. It's like a stick of butter that like he wrapped himself, and it's like nice parchment paper too. And it's kind of like this like white waxy, like almost like crayon type consistency. He sort of like takes it out like it's like takes a little corner off, like rubs it on with his skin. Yep, I think that's it. 5 gold.
You know what? I'll give you 5, and I'll give Quincy 5.
Sure. I'll make sure he gets this.
Yeah, put it in his bag or something.
Oh yeah, I'll do that when I go, take a shower and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna inside check him.
Make an insight check.
Do.
Quincy's not getting that gold.
Okay, well, I'll find Quincy and then give gold to him specifically.
All right, so 10 gold.
May as well.
All right, need to hand you a stick of like bug repellent tallow.
Is this only enough for one person?
Probably enough for all 3 of you, honestly, for like a day or 2.
Okay, excellent. Now Riley will retire. There is nothing more.
Okay. Yeah, as you leave the Emporium, you see Zia's gone, and what's left is a humanoid with a bunch of bugs, like bugs in the shape of a humanoid.
But no, there's the dome, the tiny hut.
Not in the mud. That was still around. It's still within the dome.
Oh, the mud is still in the dome?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna zap him.
Yeah, you zap him as Zia emerges from it. The shell of flies.
Ay. This place is horrible. Well, anyway, cast prestidigitation.
Yeah, as you begin to cast prestidigitation, reading from the scroll, it begins to clear away of the mud, like literally erasing it from existence. Or at least push it out of the dome. And eventually you find solid ground over the course of your 3 castings.
Oh, no, it's just the one.
That was the one.
And I gave a scroll to Chris, so I only had the one extra.
Okay.
How long would it take for me to copy this?
Jesus. How long? It was 2 hours. And 50 gold of ink.
Oh, before I leave, I'll do that. I'll pay for the 50 gold of ink.
Okay, yep, fair enough. So, extra 50 gold. Okay. Yeah, but are you resting up for the night, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll copy it.
Okay. Chris, are you in the magnificent mansion, or are you bumming it in the hut?
Yeah, I'll rough it.
All right, you rough it. It's a good thing you cleared up most of the mud. Then there's still a couple like soppy things at the bottom, but at least you're standing on terra firma. Yeah. But let me put the marker up here. Oops, that is 0. I'll just put 0 down here. I'll use Riley's token. Okay. What with? Yeah, one side of the party heading towards Tarno, potentially, and the other flying to Masiso, 2 cities in very different parts of the world. Yeah, we will call it there because it's getting late.
It is. I'm tired. Dungeon Master,
That's I.
give us our experience points.
Hey, how many? Oh, I know how much to give you. Just because it'll evenly round out and get rid of the things. I'll give you exactly 2,000. Wait, hold on. Wait, never mind. Wait. I'll give you exactly. Yeah, no, right. It's over. Exactly 2,584. I think that'll round to a nice even number.
46. Yeah, 46 on the dot. Solid.
Solid.